sink, coffee cold, mind can't think. Neon buzz, time don't blink. Where'd they go? Who's the link? True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stain, lives embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay, truth decay. Bigger in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. In the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Tables stained, lives embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Blood on the floor, drip, drip, sink. Coffee cold, mind can't think. Neon buzz, time don't blink. Where'd they go? Who's the link? True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Dago in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like daggers chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice seems at a heavy cost. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. Great to see you today. Hope you're all having a great day. Hope everybody had a great night last night. It is great to be back with you guys. Here we are, open for business. Find a seat. Get comfortable. Go grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to you all, whoever you are, wherever you are. Hope you are good, because it's great to be here with you all again. We're all heading on back to Idaho, guys. Continued from yesterday. More review, new stuff, old stuff, whatever stuff. Some great stuff to talk about. Some ideals that have been put out there via other creators that put stuff out. Of course, there's a new movie coming out via Lifetime. We're going to discuss that as well. And just a little bit everything, but more of the review. Looking back at some stuff too. Seeing what we may have missed. And some reactions to, there's a couple of new interviews that just dropped because of the movie stuff and all that with Steve and Olivia Gonsalves as well. Goncalves, I'm sorry. Anyway, you know the deal, folks. Make sure to hit that like button. Share this out, please, and thank you, if you will. And let's do this thing. You know what comes next. Let's go. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay in the True Crime Cafe.
All right, all right, all right. Welcome back, guys. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, whatever it is. I hope it's good, guys. Great to see you guys again today. Thank you for joining us. Please come on in, hit the like button, share this out, let everybody know what's going down today. Let's get into this. Come on in, come on in. Who we got joining us today? It looks like the done one's back in the house. Good to see you. The sassy one, Miss Cassie. Great to see you as well. Miss Paula, always so positive. Great to see you in the house. Lisa Wilson, welcome to you. Miss Anna D with Truth and Justice True Crime, always happy to see you. Michelle F, welcome back. Good to see you today. Miss Deborah Ackland, good to see you as well. Willie's in the house. What up, Malaka? Roll Tide Roll. Brady B, the OG, good to see you. The Canadian Cat Lady, always happy to see you. And of course, Miss Diane, Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama's in the house. Good to see you as well. Again, please hit that like button and please share this out if you will. Allison White, welcome back to you as well. Always happy to see you. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable, please, and thank you. Beach Babe, welcome back. Good to see you. And Miss Cat K, as always, such a great face to see in here. I appreciate you so much. Come on in, grab a seat, y'all, please, and thank you. Looks like we got 20 peeps with 22 likes. That's awesome. Come on in, guys. Mr. Robert, good to see you, brother. Good to have you here. Good afternoon to you. Thank you, Beach Babe. Looking forward to it as well, Miss Allison. Must be somebody else live right now. Uh-oh. You got a bone to pick with me. What is that bone, Miss Cassie? Good Lord, now what did I do? No problem, Beach Babe. Ah, well, that would explain it. I had no idea. I don't know why. I always get notifications for her, and I didn't. So there you go. That's wonderful. I should have waited. Well, if I would have known, I probably would have waited, but... I don't know, Cass. I haven't had time to. I probably will be doing it this week, hopefully. Saturday. Well, I hope so, Kat. Thank you. Come on in, everybody. Excuse me. Get comfortable. Docket. We got a couple things to go through. Docket Decoder put something new out. Christie's live too. Well, Jesus. Okay. That's great. I don't get these notifications. I had no idea. Well, thank you, Robert. Appreciate that info. Here we go. AR Hayes, what's going on? Thank you, brother. Good to see you today. By the way, folks, we will be AR and I will be joining him on his platform tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly what time it is yet. I didn't look at the email yet. He just sent it out. So we will be doing a collaboration tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to that. Should be exciting. So make sure that you guys hop on over there. Cassie or somebody, please drop AR's link. There it is. Reading my mind, she is. Thank you so much, Cassie, for that, guys. Please make sure you tune in to us over there together. Please and thank you. And Kat dropping the first of the 5 goals. Thank you, Miss Kat. Thank you so much to get that coffee started. We got to get it brewing, folks, early as we can. Thank you so much, Kat. God bless, hon. Very much appreciated. There's our SRBBBB. Thank you, Kat. We love you, hon. So, yes, please make sure that you guys subscribe if you have not yet to A Combat Thoughts with AR Hayes so that you can join us over there tomorrow. AR, what time do you have it lined up for, bro? Is it already posted? I haven't even looked. I was busy this morning, you guys. I didn't have a chance to do a whole lot of anything. That's why I didn't know all these other people were live. So I'm sorry. It looks like Typically Unique is live too. Good Lord. Why don't I get these notifications to know these things? Let me see. Oh, yep, it is set up already. Okay, so it will be 6:30 p.m. on October 16th, which is tomorrow. Please join us. We're going to be talking about 2 very important cases. At least it looks like just the 2 that I know of. But yes, 2 very important cases to me and obviously to AR as well. Of course, the Idaho 4 situation and Miss Ellen Greenberg and what is going on with that. I planned on doing that this week anyway. So that fits perfect, AR. I didn't even know that. Good stuff. 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, Thursday, October 16th. We will be together over there on a Convict's Thoughts platform, and I'm looking forward to it for sure. We're going to be jumping into the Idaho Innocence Project conversation. Again, Ellen Greenberg, the new situation going on over there, denied again, and still being claimed as a suicide. Unbelievable to me, but yes, I'm very much looking forward to that conversation. I cannot wait. Been trying to get together with this man for months now, so it says 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be 6:30 my time. I'm Eastern Standard here, bro. I cannot wait. That'll be fun. And I'll be doing my show in the morning, folks, for that. So that way I can get that one in too. 2 major cases, 2 great minds equals 1 great discussion. Amen to that one, bro. I can't wait. He's in 3 hours ahead. He's in Vegas. So whatever that is, 3 hours ahead of you. So we'll figure it out, guys. We'll figure it out. No worries. Senor Wazowski is in the house. No worries, brother. No worries. I appreciate you being here. Absolute. I'm going to hit the button for a minute. I'll be right back.
the True Crime Cafe. We serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe. The reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right, y'all. Miss Dago says hello, good morning, and thank you for supporting this channel. She calls me the same times every day. She knows that I do this, but she still calls me. But that's okay because she's checking up on me. All good. Welcome, everybody. 46 peeps in the house, and we have 33 likes. We can make that match. By the way, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. Anybody wants to join me up here, please feel free. SRB's back. Miss Kim Young is in the house. Mama Bear's in the chat today. She didn't want to come up here. She said I smelled funny. So I don't know what that's all about, but hey, it is what it is. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Sorry for the delay. Mama D, good to see you. We're working on something, by the way, in the merch store, folks, just to give you a little heads up. If anybody's interested, good old Scully comes in here. Very artistic and very talented. Has been working on some baby photos of me, the Dago. And we're talking about putting some of them on t-shirts with some sayings and throwing them in the merch store. So if anybody's interested in that, you know where they're at. Okay. Yeah, we're going to review that, Miss Kim, as well. Unfortunately, as much as I can't handle Trashly Smashfield, we're going to review it. And because it is an interview, and that's how that works. Come on in, y'all. It doesn't look like Eddie's in the house, and that's okay. You can smell me here. Okay, well, you're smelling Savage. If Johnny Depp can wear it, so can Dago. Come on in. Really excited about tomorrow. Again, guys, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Join me and A.R. Hayes on a Convict's Thoughts platform as we review two very important cases, the Idaho 4 and the Ellen Greenberg situation, folks. Pretty bad stuff. Great conversation, I promise you. John Butterfield, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you, senor. I do that as well. 46 peeps, 34 likes. We're getting there. Make sure to hit that like button. And the chick bait is in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. About to get this kicked off. God, I was hoping Eddie would be here for this, but that's okay. Eddie's got a life too. Island time. AR's on Cali time. Living in Vegas. I'm so jealous. What a life that's got to be. I couldn't handle living in Vegas because I don't trust myself. I don't. I like to gamble. Nope. 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 Everything's fine, folks. See it? You gotta love it. My wife loves getting me these t-shirts. I have so many of them. I collect t-shirts, so yeah, that's why the one thing I couldn't handle in Vegas either is the heat. I know, Cass. How dare Eddie have a life? He'll probably pop in here anyway. He always does. Check on your fries. Just did a prayer thing with my Southern friends. They think I'm a troll. You are not a troll. Miss Kim says, read the BK videos of him in the morning 11:13. The way he moved and walked was, I mean, that's, I know. We're gonna review, and I'm gonna react. I'm gonna do a reaction video on that one, folks. You guys love my reactions, so we should see how that goes. Canadian cat lady's in the house. Good to see you, dear. C-Jag, welcome back to you. Miss Rowe, always happy to see you. Panama Mom, same to you. Great to see. I watched a movie last night, you guys. You got to go check it out. It's actually pretty good. It's called Swipe. It's about the woman that helped to create Tinder and then Bumble. Very interesting movie. I never knew that story. And how she was stomped on basically as a woman, and the men overpowered her and left her out to dry, and it was very interesting. So go watch the movie Swipe if you haven't seen it yet. It tells a real story. Very interesting on how those dating apps were created. Please go check it out, folks. What's up, Witchy? Good to see you. So I saw it on. I have a streaming app that plays everything. It might be on Netflix. You have to go check it out, Allison. I'm not sure. Just look it up. It'll tell you, I think. But yeah, it was pretty interesting. I watch it on I have an app that plays everything from everywhere. But look it up. Try Netflix first and see if it's there. But and I also watched, because Caden, we watched Strangers Chapter 2. That was crazy. Yes, Miss Allison. Robert's in the house today. Much love to you, Robert. I appreciate your support so very much, my friend. And again, Robert does his own thing out there. Again, we dropped AR's link. Please drop. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. No. Where's Meg at? They're probably all over with Lana or one of the others that are live that I didn't know about, but oh well. Oh, I got you, chick bait. I understand. When is the part 3 coming? That's the thing. They continue to. I've never seen a movie continued. It was weird, but they did continue it, and I'm like, where the hell's part 3 now? Because I want to see the rest of it. It's very interesting, actually, the way it played out. Stuart Jones, welcome, my friend. So today, guys, we're going to be reviewing another video Docket has put out. We love Docket here. Some new stuff, some old stuff, good stuff, some bad stuff, whatever stuff it is stuff. That stuff. All that stuff, yes. Come on in. Again, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. If anybody would like to join me, it doesn't look like Eddie is here today, unfortunately, to help me to review. And I'm probably going to do a rant at some point because I'm reacting to the Trashly Smashfield video that has come out, that the interview with Olivia Stevens and Steve Goncalves about the Lifetime movie that's coming out. There is a Lifetime movie either in the works or already made. I can't tell for sure. There's an actor. I think it's in the works because they have an actor picked for Brian Koberger. All that stuff. Mortal Kombat 2. That's not. Yeah. Good point, Robert. Good movies. Very good movies. Come on in, come on in. I'm gonna try to break this down a little shorter today, maybe. That way we can do 2 today. Don't hold me to it. Just cross your fingers that it works out. 46 of you guys in here, and we have 40 likes. 6 more to make a match, guys. You guys are awesome. And thank you. Oh, we already have one of the goals met. Thank you for that. Thank you, Miss Cassie's in the shop, in the merch. Like the happy little elf that she is, working on the merchandise, folks, so we can put some awesome and amazing and cool clothes on you guys. You got everybody wants to wear a shirt with a baby Dago on it. Come on, let me show you the baby Dago fate. What I'm gonna look like. Just one of them. I'm not sure which one she's using. I'm gonna let that be a surprise, but I'll show you a version of it if you all want. And then some sayings are gonna be on it, I'm sure. But let me show you real fast here. That way you can anticipate it if you want it. Or did they go? They're down here. Okay. Just because. There's one. There's one. I'll just show you this one. I love this one. Oh my God. There's our Meg, the mega star. Welcome, darling. Good to see you today. Thank you for being here. Meg never fails me, ever. There you go. So who wants to wear a t-shirt around with that on it? Come on now. Tell me I'm not cute. There'll be some kind of a saying on it. I think it'll be cool as hell. And you can get one. Cassie's working on them right now. The Megastar Meg. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. As always, I appreciate you. Yes, she's a celebrity for sure. Yeah, the link is pinned. Chick, you're more than welcome to join me. Anybody is. Top of the chat. Yes, we're throwing that on a t-shirt with one of my sayings or some of it, whatever it is. It can say shut up, Meg. Absolutely. Cassie, we could probably make multiple versions of it. Shut up. Sit down and shut up. We'll see what happens. So, Meg, Cassie's super talented with that stuff, so just saying. There's that one, and we have this one too. How about that one? And kaboom. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
It's still working. Cool. Yeah, that one's better. Put that on a shirt.
There's like 6 of them. She's got a bunch of them to pick from, so.
Only 6? We should have like 12.
Well, I have a bunch. I just sent her like a handful of them, but I thought it would be a cool idea to throw that on a shirt and throw some of the sayings that we have in here on it and see if anybody wants them.
Is that AI you or?
I don't. Scully created it. I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious that he's got the earrings like I.
Yeah,
do.
the earrings are throwing me off. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anna D, good to see you. Yeah, I like that one too. There's a couple different versions of it, you guys.
Thanks for having me up.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for deciding that you want to jump up here with me. Not many people do.
5 or 6, maybe. 4, 3 people.
Yep. There's another one.
Are you looking somewhere? Like into
I don't know. He just put these together. I got this one.
I like it. Oh, that's beautiful. But I don't know how that would work on a shirt.
That's why I said with the mics, there's a mic in those. I don't know. She's going to choose 1 or 2 of them. She likes this one here with the microphone and thought maybe putting my my emblem, my logo in the background there in that little picture frame might be cool. These are awesome. I want to see if I can get Scully together to work on.
I wasn't really sure if it was like a TV behind you or a fish tank. That's how bad my eyes are.
It's a TV, but it's set on a thing to make it look like a fish tank.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Gotcha. Well, I was close.
I'm trying to talk to him if I can get a hold of him to see about putting together a bunch of baby pics of the mods and myself. and to see how that works.
Well, then I would definitely subscribe. Oh wait, I already do.
Mm-hmm.
It's a joke.
56 people, 44 likes. We're getting there. You guys are awesome. So,
Come on,
so
you
like I
guys
said,
can do better than that.
of course. Miss Anna D, great to see you. Yes, I know you was here. The Mod Squad. Yes.
I'll wait for you to bring up the Lifetime movie thing again, and then I'll chime in.
No,
I'll
go
just
for
hang
it.
out for a
We
while.
can start there if you want me to.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if more people are coming in, let me know.
Oh, that's all right. And we can always back up if we have to. What? Go for it. What do you got? What do you got on it?
I caught a little bit of it. What
Mm-hmm.
kind of like made me laugh, that should make me laugh, was that it was like a split screen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Dad's on one side,
Yeah.
Olivia's on the other,
Mm-hmm.
Danfield's in the middle, and I'm like, "Okay, I can't take this anymore." And, they're both trying to override each other, you know,
Oh
like,
yeah,
"I
definitely. It's
knew
hard to watch.
this, I knew that."
It's
Oh,
well,
it's horrible.
it's hard to watch because first off, I can't stand Banfield. We all know that. I
Well,
can't.
let's ignore that part.
Yeah.
Ignore the middle. You know, the dad, I'll call him the dad in this case, SG,
Mm-hmm.
was like, "Oh, yeah, it's really hard because I take him to birthday parties." Right?
Yes.
And he's like, it sounds like a guy who should be reminiscing, but it sounds, like, really caked on.
Yep.
Like, that's what a dad is supposed to sound like, quote,
Yep.
unquote. But in my opinion, it sounded like a guy who was pretending to know what that meant. Does that make sense?
Yep. Well, I'll tell you what, folks. For those of you that may not have seen it, we're gonna pull the video up. Unfortunately,
I mean, you have to watch it to understand what I'm saying, but
yes. Take a deep breath. I'm gonna react to this. She's gonna react to it on her side of things.
look at my quote, being open-minded.
You got to be open minded, but I cannot handle this woman, folks. This creature kills me.
Ignore her.
Oh, yes. Do your best to ignore her. I know I said I'd never have her here unless I had to. Well,
Just listen to Steve and Olivia. All right.
all right, here we go. Welcome, Christina Yabampool. Great to see you. I know, Anna. Neither can I, but that's the only way we're going to get this interview. So just try to pretend like she's not there.
I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. If you thought Brian Koberger's guilty pleas and the multiple life sentences he got marked the end of his twisted and pathetic story, think again. They ended his real life story, and I guess we can all be thankful for that. But his lifetime story, that is just getting started. And by lifetime, I mean the cable network that never met a true crime headline that it couldn't dramatize. They have already tackled Jodi Arias, Amanda Knox, the Menendez brothers, and now they are turning their cameras towards Moscow, Idaho, and the convicted killer behind the Idaho student murders at 1122 King Road. Brian Koberger, sadly, will always be the star of this horrible story, right? It should be the 4 innocent kids who were killed, but the mystery of this horrible man, it's
Okay, that one right there. She's an idiot. Okay, we know that, but there's no star to this. The victims are the 4 kids. Okay, period. The 4 victims. That's all there is.
But she'll
And
get
Brian-
into, like, the casting.
Yeah, that's how she's talking about it. Like it's this. And Brian Koberger, in my opinion, is a victim as well, due to the fact that he has been unlawfully jailed, imprisoned over a situation that he had nothing to do with. This is my opinion, of course, but
I mean, Banfield in the middle is always a bad idea.
of course. Josie Joe, what's up, girl? On we go. I wish I could figure out the reason why this echoes when I have this up here. It drives me nuts. Been going crazy for days over this.
the kind of thing you can't shake, right? You can't stop trying to figure out, how did he end up that way? How is he so unlike the rest of us? So with that starring role, they had to find an actor to play him, and they have landed one. His name is Miles Mary, and if you don't know him, he also appeared in the Lifetime epic Girl in the Shed, the kidnapping of Abby Hernandez. And whether you can or you cannot imagine what it must have been like for the families of those 4 murdered students, to imagine the worst part of their lives will now be a Lifetime movie, it is no doubt surreal when the directors start calling action.
I promise you she'll be the first one there to watch it too. Bet that.
And earlier today, I talked about all of this with Steve and Olivia Gonzalez, the father and sister of Kaylee Gonzalez, who was one of the 4 students murdered at that house on King Road. But I also want to call your attention to an interesting piece of information that just emerged in a court document, a real court document, part of the slow motion release of orders and evidence that have been under seal for almost 3 years in that gag order. It seems that Bryan Kohberger agreed to his plea deal, something that wiped the public trial right off the map, right? And a lot of the details went with it. He agreed to that plea deal less than a week after learning that his sister Amanda had been added to the prosecution's witness list. Are those 2 things related? Are they unrelated? Was the thought of his big sister on the witness stand more than even a cold-blooded multiple murderer could stomach? I asked Steve and Olivia about.
Speaking of stomach, I'm sorry for those that can't stomach her. Is this echoing, by the way? Anybody? If it isn't, I can leave it up. If it is, I'll take it down while we talk.
It's not.
Okay. Yeah, leave it to Lifetime. I agree with that one. Yes, they're making a movie, Michelle. It's already in the works. Thank God, no echo. Good God, that's awesome. Okay. Yeah. If you've noticed, every time that this piece of trash opens her mouth and talks about Bryan, she puts him in like the absolute worst light worse than even the prosecution and anybody else has ever done. She's trash, okay? But just saying, it is what it is. And like I said, this one will be the first to see it. She'll be the first in line to watch this movie, and then she'll go tear it apart like she does with everything. Yeah, she probably did, Chick. She probably helped with the script on it because she's that person. So Miles Mary is playing BK, which it's weird because he doesn't look anything like him, but okay, they could have done something better with that. But I don't know. It's weird. It's odd. It's strange. But it only echoes when she talks. So that tells me something then. I'll have to look into that side of it. Thank you, guys. On we go. And yeah, that's another thing that people have been talking about recently. Again, if you guys haven't noticed, is that because we learned that Amanda is on the witness list for the state, that people wonder if that's why Bryan took the plea deal, because he didn't want his sister to have to take the stand. Well, we don't know that she was going to for sure anyway. Her name was just on that list. And I believe it was on the other list as well. So don't quote that one because I have to go back and look at it to be sure. Hey, Donna, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate you. But yeah, wouldn't Bryan have known prior to the plea about his sister? That's exactly the point, Beach. That's exactly my point. Thank you for pointing that out. I think that Ann would have known and should have known, and Bryan as well, that Amanda was on the witness list. They have to know, okay? Because they have to have a copy from it. And they're all gonna, as she's about to probably explain, that I'll just let it go and you guys figure it out, and then we'll discuss it after that.
That too. And before I get to that, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for supporting this podcast. Both Atlas and I.
Yeah, there's no support here. I'm just using you to watch the video, so you ain't getting it from me. Sorry. Okay, here we go.
Have a listen. Steve, Olivia, thank you so much for joining me. Let me start with you, Steve. You know, we seem to get a drip of information every couple of weeks, and I just wonder how you process all of it.
Hi, you think it's over and then something comes out, yeah, you hear about, your phone starts blowing up and all this new information comes out and you just kind of start searching just like everyone else. And it's shocking every time because you think that it's over, but it just keeps on hitting you.
And Olivia, nobody knows the shoes that you're walking in, right? Like no one will ever understand what you guys are going through. And everybody processes information differently too. Do you find yourself immediately wanting to know what the latest ungagged information is? I mean, you've got 4 kids. You're a really busy woman.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to get the information as fast as I can. The day that the gag order was lifted, we asked if we could have everything that we could have up front so that we could go through it on our own time, so that we could have time to process that. So yeah, I mean, we're on pins and needles just like everyone else, waiting for that next, drop of information.
What was the reason for them not giving you everything right off the bat? Did they say they needed to redact it all first? Was there a logical reason?
It's mainly the redactions, as well as the prosecutor's office isn't the custodian of many of these documents, right? They're actually owned by Moscow Police Department or the Idaho Police Department. And so the documents that they own, it's my understanding that they're actually held up with the court process, which is going through that very, very lengthy sealing, unsealing, redaction process. That's my understanding.
So as we learn more about the actual case, there's just this new development, and that is that sort of out of nowhere, a Lifetime movie has just been announced. I suppose it was.
Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Uh-huh. I agree.
I told you.
Dun 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 dun. Wow, she really does look like her too, doesn't she? Wednesday Addams. That's crazy. Tina Gobley, good to see you. You're the only one that's echoing, so try to ignore it. Sorry.
Should I
It's only when you talk when there's a video on screen. I don't know why it does this. I have not figured it out, but I will figure it out by the end of the day now that I know it's only the opposing person in here. So yeah, there we go. Smiling Sleuth, good to see you. Oh, I know. Like I said, I'm not down at somebody for losing weight and doing this and doing that, but she sure does look like Wednesday Addams. I'm sorry. I agree with that one. Anyway, on we go.
It's inevitable, but they've already hired an actor. I think the working title is The Idaho Murders right now, but it's one of their ripped from the headlines series. And Steve, I was wondering if you could tell me your thoughts. I almost feel like, again, it's going to happen, the books and the movies, but no one walks in your shoes.
This is different, a little bit different because we're used to documentaries, but yeah, this is like a movie. And it's shocking to know that somebody feels the confident that they can just tell your story about your child and, Maddie, her best friend, the same people that, you interacted with every day, picking them up from school, taking them to parties and taking them to birthday parties and things. And to have somebody else just tell this story, it doesn't seem real. It seems like somebody's just reaching into your house and stealing your life and putting it on the screen.
Olivia, what do you think of the project, the Lifetime project?
Yeah, it's really angering, honestly, from my side. My sisters they're not a headline, they're not a Lifetime movie. And I get incredibly frustrated at the scripted aspect of it, right? We've experienced this in real time, and it's very, very much far from something that is specifically made for an entertainment purpose. I think that's the part that's the hardest for me to get over.
Did they reach out to your family and ask you to be consultants or to be like a part of this process?
Oh, absolutely not. No, we have not been. When you saw the article is when we saw the article. So we didn't have any inside information on that.
And I guess the flip side of that is like, would you have wanted to be a part of it, just to ensure as much accuracy as possible in your sister's story?
I think that's a really great question. And I think it's a difficult one for me to answer. Because personally, I don't want to be involved with anything that has just a pure entertainment aspect like that regarding my sister's lives and deaths.
Would you have wanted to be a part of the project so that at least, if it's inevitable and these things are going to happen, you could, at least make it as accurate as possible?
I personally don't want to be a part of anything that's strictly.
How many times are you going to ask the same question, Ashley? She just answered you. Jesus.
For an entertainment purpose. So while I would have appreciated them reaching out for what that stands for, I wouldn't have taken part in something that is a scripted, fictional, dramatic reenactment of our and my sister's real life.
Any chance you're going to consider legal action? Because some people, sue if their life rights aren't purchased.
Yeah, I really don't know. Honestly, like we're not, very sue happy people, and the benefit of that, I don't really know because it's almost like whack-a-mole. Like you get one down and it, four others pop up, and it's almost like, where's that line drawn? At this point, we've had how many documentaries, we've had how many books, we've had how many articles. So, while we don't agree with it, I don't know if it's something that we would ever, take legal action over.
As Lifetime continues, its plan, the real true details, are being unveiled with these documents that keep dropping. And the latest one, I remember looking at the video that was unsealed of Brian Koberger walking in and out of a Costco and an Albertsons just hours after the murders. And he just seemed as though he had no care in the world. He was getting coffee and some groceries. And my jaw just dropped at how
Gee. Oh, wait.
normal his life.
Gee, imagine that. How normal it is. That should tell you something right there. Right there. Think about what you just said, Brain Dead. Think about it. I know, Lucy. I can't either. I get it. It's the only way we get this interview. Does she know she sounds ridiculous with as much false info, misinfo, and disinfo she and her family are responsible for? Amen to that one. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, chick.
Went on, and I just wondered what you thought when you saw those videos.
Creepy to see that guy, the way he walks and moves. It's just unnatural to my eyes. I could see why a lot of girls could pick up on that vibe very quickly.
What the actual fuck are you talking about? The way he walks and talk? What? No. That kind of shit is irritating to me. By all means, you guys. By all means. It irritates me to no end. Just saying. God, it's so creepy. He went into Costco, realized he needed a membership, and walked back out, goes to another store and buys coffee. Oh my God. Whoa.
I saw the video.
That means he's a murderer, you guys. What'd you say, chick?
It's
I know,
actually,
I know the echo sucks.
I saw the video. It proves he can solve me.
Yes.
What a tam-
Mm-hmm. I agree with Lucy. Something wrong with people. 100%.
Yeah, it's disturbing to know that that was just afterwards. And you want to analyze every action that he did before and after. And yeah, it's hard. It's hard to watch that.
Olivia, I think so many people on the outside of your story are just so perplexed by Brian Koberger and what he did. And I'm sure it doesn't come close to how your family feels about this and how confused you are about someone who could do this. And I wonder if that's why we are so voracious for every single ounce of new information or detail that might bring us closer to understanding even a little bit about how something this awful could happen, how someone this awful could walk among us.
I don't think that we're ever going to get closer to why, because I think that the why only makes sense in a psychopathic mind. So I don't want to understand his why personally, because that would make me more like him. But as far as, that human need to, want to satisfy something in yourself that provides comfort, I get it. And personally, I think it's because of the gag order and how restrictive it was and how long lasting it was, that essentially they starved everyone out for information. So now every little piece that comes out is, nitpicked and analyzed and overanalyzed over and over and over, attempting to satisfy that starvation that we've all had for so long.
And yet it's not satisfying, at least not to me.
No, you can sit there and look at that Costco video, and I did, and the takeaway is what? Is it more answers? Is it more questions? Is it applicable? Is it not? Yeah, it's absolutely creepy.
I mean, I took away that, he's heartless, right? He has no compunction. He's just done this terrible thing. And, life just goes on. He's going to get a coffee and have his, Sunday morning. But in a way, we already knew that. We knew that. This killer was so heartless, but maybe the video just helps reinforce that we weren't wrong before to think he was heartless, because maybe before we just couldn't believe that it was true. We needed something else to prove that this man truly was a heartless monster. I wonder if that helps us sort of understand him any further.
Yeah, when you see that person walking around and the actions that they've done, you want to tell yourself that you'd be able to identify them, that they wouldn't be able to blend in. They wouldn't look like just a normal guy in the grocery store sitting next to you. So when you see it, it just creeps you out and gives you this, okay, this person isn't behaving in a manner that I would expect anyone who'd just done that. And I think.
Wow. There you go. That's the smartest thing I've heard him say in a long time. That should tell you something, Mr. Gonzalez. He's not behaving in a manner of somebody that had just committed a quadruple homicide. What does that say to you?
It seems like he did do it.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll be able to react more to this when it's over, because then there's no echoing going on. But great thought, folks.
That's a lot of the reasons why we all look at that and say, this just doesn't make sense.
I think we all want to know that we can identify the evil that walks among us. And when you look at that video, I mean, I feel for the Costco greeter who brushed up against that horror and didn't know it. I feel for the cashier who was standing right in front of that man and didn't know how dangerous that person was. I feel for the people with their groceries walking right past him, having no idea how close they came to evil among our flock, And it gives me the willies.
I feel for the man that has to lay in bed next to you at night.
I wanted to ask you, Olivia, about this new report that came out that Bryan Kohberger signed this plea deal just days after learning that his sister was going to be on the prosecution's witness list. Did it surprise you, or did that give you insight at all?
No, I don't really believe that causation is correlation there. I think that the plea deal was a long time coming. I think that probably what had more of an impact on the plea deal being taken was the fact that the alternate perpetrator argument was struck down. They wouldn't be able to take that into the courtroom. So that door closed. They didn't have any more to open up. Time was winding down. I think it had very, very little to do with his sister being on that prosecutor's list.
Steve, what do you think the prosecution thought it might get from putting Amanda on the stand?
There's been a long backstory of things that have been suggested that she, I think that there was people believe that she had seen him with a knife personally.
Oh my God. Are you serious?
Personally. I think that was, people believe that she had seen him with a knife personally.
What a complete and total fucking lie. Are you kidding me, bro? Dude. Oh, wait till this is over.
I think that would have been something that would have came up in talking about the murder weapon predating even moving out here would be very damning to their case. And I don't think they were able to ever give a replacement for what was missing. So the time was running out, and even having his family and all those people, that probably didn't help to remind him that he was cooked, and the evidence was there, and he wasn't going to get out to be able to go recover any of those things. His time had totally ran out to try to swap one for another.
Steve, I know there are a lot of members of law enforcement and people involved in the case, even in an ancillary way, who have so much love and respect for your family and for you in particular. Has anybody reached out to you lately to give you any intelligence on how Bryan Kohberger is faring in the lockup, especially since...
We know it ain't you, because you and that word don't go together very well, sweetheart. Just saying.
Since we already got that report before of those inmates who were screaming and making his life hell, I just wonder if you're getting these updates to maybe feel some sense of justice continuing.
Yeah, I have heard that he isn't doing so well in that prison system that he's in the block that he's at. He's very adamant that he has rights in there that need to be respected. And I think he's starting to learn that, you picked the Northwest, you picked Idaho, you picked a place where we don't spend a lot of money on people.
There's another lie because he has no idea how Brian's doing inside. That's another lie.
That we throw the key away on. So, you pick their state, now you got to live it. You don't do the crime if you can't do the time. And he's going to be doing the time. And I've been hearing a lot about how the amount of noise that he's making in there isn't doing him any favors.
As time goes on and the Idaho murders become smaller in the rearview mirror for us, there will be a day when you have almost forgotten many of the details of what happened at 1122 King Road. But for those families, it will be as raw in the future as it was this summer during sentencing when Olivia gave that unbelievably powerful victims impact statement. It will be as raw for them a year from now, 2 years from now, 4, 5, 10, 20 years from now.
Bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
As it was the day they found out they lost their loved one, right? Those families will feel this way differently than we will. And I often think of them when I hear new news, when something is released, when the gag order drips something else out to us. They're usually the first people I think of. I wonder how this is landing with them. Listen, we're a community here. I'm not a super religious person, but if I were going to send prayers to anybody, those would be the folks that I send prayers to, because something tells me they can hear them. And I know for sure they need them. If you're watching this episode on YouTube.
Wow. Wow. What a mess. God. All right. Hold on. I got to recover just from listening to her.
No echo.
No, we're good. Once the video goes down, the echo's gone.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I have no idea. It comes from the other side with the person on the other side. I don't know why.
I toggle back and forth to YouTube.
Yeah, I'll go in and try to figure it out later on. But now that I know that that's what does it, so
Ashley wakes up every day thinking about this case. Poor thing.
she goes to bed every day thinking about all of it. She's a mess. She's an absolute mess. Steve blatantly lied. He does not know how Brian's doing inside there. He has no, it's bullshit. Okay. And then the other thing he lied about Amanda seeing Brian with a knife. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. I'm so sick and tired of these people lying about things. Come on.
They're lying left and right. But the other factor is, like Olivia looks like, Wednesday Addams, and
she looks more like Morticia, I think, nowadays. Yeah.
Or Morticia, who didn't
definitely one of the Addams. Yes.
Like there's something going on here in the family that's like sick that I can't get, under,
Not healthy.
Very unhealthy looking.
And the mentality, in my opinion, I'm sorry to say this, but is it coming back to bite you now? Or is your conscience coming back to you?
I don't think it'll ever come back to them. That's not anytime soon.
Right.
They might look back after the Lifetime movie or, so and what forth, whatnot.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll ridicule that. And we definitely, and I'll tell you right now, I'm going to watch it. That one I'm going to watch.
If Kaylee lost that amount of weight that fast, wouldn't Steve G worry?
I would imagine that he would have been worried. Yes. That was just pathetic.
Okay, Ashley Banfield has the main issue. She's an opportunist.
Sure.
And when you're an opportunist, all you do is say, "Oh, this is all I think about." She thinks about several other things too. Watch her clips,
Yep. Yeah, but she really has gone in on Brian Koberger and she's been doing this for quite a while.
What's the term? Fangirl?
It's what it sounds like. Yeah. It truly, like, she obsesses over Brian. You
Mhm.
guys, think about it. She does. With Dylan Hildreth in the house, my friend. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, she obsesses over Brian to the point like she has called him the most ignorant names
But
from.
plus, he's kind of insulting the actor who will play him in the movie, you know?
Mhm.
She's concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, she's obsessed, you guys. And it's pretty sad. It really is kind of sad. What
I
I
bet if
don't
I went
understand is
to
how
her,
News
like, her
Nation.
if
Go
I
ahead.
went into her bedroom, there'd be wall-to-wall posters in one corner
Could
of Black
be.
Panther.
Could be. Yes. And the thing that gets me is that it doesn't stop. You know, like the man's in prison. You got what you wanted, Skeletor. Now let's move forward, but she can't. She just sticks right there and just makes the most disgusting comments
Have you
I've
not
ever.
noticed in the recent weeks that we said that they're not talking, they come out
Mhm.
and talk.
Well, yeah, right. Well,
So
they
who's
listen.
watching the chat?
Hmm.
It's not me.
They
Believe me.
listen. They listen. I'm telling you, they listen. So she
Oh,
could,
she's got
Anna.
'em.
She could have a crush on Brian.
I think Ashley is watching the chats.
Oh, that I agree with too. Yes, she does.
She's
Yeah,
like, "Oh, they haven't been on my show for a while.
yeah. Let's get him
Oh,
back on here to talk about the
we're
movie.
starting to notice." Oh, no.
It's really sad, though. It's really sad that this is a big welcome hemisphere. Good to see
I
you.
mean, like, 4 innocent kids were
That's it right there. That's the fact right there.
and
That's the thing that can never be forgotten and put to the side.
and they're
Is that-
using it to monopolize it, you
Yes,
know, what's the obfuscate?
obfuscate.
I can't pronounce it.
That's all right. Obfuscate. I gotcha.
Yeah,
Yes, Dylan.
and
They are for sure, Dylan. It's already in the works, if not done already.
they're
But yeah,
opportunistic. They're opportunistic. They sold out
optimistic. Yeah. RC3. Good to see you. Right. Not
So,
everyone who has
remember
held
the,
a knife is a killer.
Lifetime movie thing with Gabby Petito?
I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it because
They
I watched.
made it before they found her. That
Right,
was
and it's the movie's good. Right, that's a point right there. The movie is based on lies, folks. We don't. So that's why I'm going to watch it. It's a fictional movie.
I'm sure the movie and the script and everything was developed way before the trial he pled.
Of course,
It was already in the works, in my opinion.
the Jodi Arias one was horrible. The what the hell was it? The Menendez brothers one was horrible. This one's going to suck too.
I couldn't watch either of them. I did watch the Gabby Petito one, but
That one I didn't. I refused to watch that. I was kind of heartbroken that they made a movie about that. I've not watched it. There's supposed to be a better one that's coming, a real one coming out. So I don't know how I feel
I'll
about
tell you
that.
what reeled me in was Thora Birch was like a Hollywood actress, you know, directing
Yeah,
it, starring, and I'm like, oh, you know, might as well check it out.
That-
That was way before the case even got slightly resolved, you know. and
Yes, right. And Dylan is on point with this. How can he recreate something they have no idea what actually happened? Thank you. So
I
it's
mean,
gonna
but
be-
Lifetime
gonna
will
be-
put Gypsy Rose on air, you know, like I think it's
yeah. I watched that one. Which that one wasn't that bad, but I think it was, who was it? Joey, what's her name that played Gypsy in that one? She's an actress, a Hollywood actress. That is very familiar now in films. That one wasn't that bad, but did Lifetime do a Murdoch one?
who does the Gypsy Rose reality show? What channel?
I don't even know anymore. I was following that for a while because I can't stand Gypsy, just so I could tear her apart. I know that's ignorant to say, but I can't stand.
I thought
somebody
it was
with that
Lifetime
much respect.
too.
They may, yeah, they may have.
Okay.
I haven't seen that SR. I didn't know there was one out. My wife said that there was one out, so I'm gonna go back and check that out. It wasn't Lifetime. If it wasn't Lifetime, that's probably why it was good. SRB. That would.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
I don't know either. Hemisphere. Sorry, I didn't welcome you, my friend. Good to see you today, brother. How are you?
No, I'm good. How y'all doing?
Good. Very good, bro. Pretty
I
good.
have.
I'm glad you got that devil off that screen.
Yeah, I know. It was burning my eyes. I'm telling you, it was.
She is pure evil.
Yes, that woman. You are not lying. That woman has a black heart and a soul that matches. I'm telling
Hey,
you right now.
Hemisphere.
The only truth that she said was right at the end when she said she's not religious.
That's true too. There ain't no God in her soul. I
It's
promise.
not
you
in her.
caught that. You caught that.
Yeah. Very good point, Hemisphere. Good
How
catch.
are you going to ask the sister and the father of Kaylee? Did you have any input to Lifetime and to make sure they got it all right? Really?
She asked them
I'm
twice
beginning to
the
think
exact
that
same question. That's how
I think
much of a
some
dingbat
families
she is.
had input on the script.
Say that again. I'm sorry. I talked over you. I'm sorry about that.
I talked over you. I think some families had input on the script. I won't name which family or families.
Well, I'm sure we'll figure it out if we watch it.
I won't. I ain't gonna waste my time watching that.
Well, what I do is I kind of like
It ain't true.
staying behind the scenes, and I'm like examining every corner now from a new angle. You know, I've been doing that for months. You know, before I chimed in, because I just stayed offline for a reason, not because I was like, "Oh my God, he's guilty." You know, I made a sarcastic remark that I can't
Absolutely.
live down.
It's all lies. It's all lies, and they're making money off of this stuff.
No, and I just sat back and watched the fallout, and I'm like, "Oh my goodness, this." I can't sit back and not say anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And John, I agree with that 100%. I've not seen one. Like I said, I watched the Gypsy Rose one and I didn't think it was horrible. But most of the rest, the Menendez one was horrible. The Jodi Arias was horrible. There's been a couple others I've seen from like older crimes. They were horrible. They just suck. And it's probably because they don't have all the facts to it. You know what I mean?
Dago, what I'm mad about, Gypsy Rose is that she is kind of like Ashley Banfield in a way, opportunistic, using her clout, I guess she has no other way to earn income. I get that.
Yep.
On that front, she can't get a regular job.
Oh yeah, welcome, Peaky. Good to see you, dear.
It's amazing that Banfield still has a
You
job.
legit can't get a regular job.
Well, she doesn't have enough intelligence, in my opinion. Gypsy doesn't, to be able to do anything that anybody else could do.
I mean, part of me believes, I made a video about this, okay, a long, long time ago, right? Gypsy Rose was raised in the way I believe she was raised. Does not give her credence to do what she's doing now.
No, and that's what my biggest issue with her is. If you guys that have been here for a while remember when I went back when I was talking about Gypsy, the reason why is my biggest issue with her is granted, her mother was not a good person. We get that, the way she did what she did with her.
I love playing devil's advocate, but I can only try so much.
Right, and because of that, granted, yes, that made Gypsy partly what she is, but she also was an adult that had the choice to make, and I think she had her hands involved in that in the death of her mother way more than she claims that she did.
But I mean, after the fact, Lifetime gave her a deal.
Yeah, and like I said, she's become rich over the death of her mother. I don't like that.
Enablers. The whole channel is a whole bunch of enablers. I don't know who owns it.
They did. Yes, they did. But, yes, she did have a baby, Allison.
I really believe that
God help that baby.
Yeah, but they've turned Gypsy Rose into her own mother in a way.
Well, and that's another reason why I didn't want the Menendez brothers to get out. One, I believe that they knew what they were doing. They had an option again and a choice, and would have done or tried to do the same exact thing that she did.
Well, I jumped on the Koberger thing because I was like, not the Koberger part, mind you, the 4 people who are lost part. And I try to stick to that, and I still try to stick to that. Right. We have 4 people who are lost.
100%.
Looking at Koberger or whoever, we're going to lose track of who are the victims.
The 4 victims, that's right.
And what the F happened.
And that's why there's channels like myself and Lana and Jules and Docket and all of us are doing what we do because of that situation right there.
No, and God bless you for your channel, because when I found your channel, I was like, I'm barking up the right tree.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that very much. Very, very much. I do appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And I appreciate the people that see that for what it is, that understand why we do what we do, you guys. That's facts.
Well, The thing with you, Dago, your channel, is you keep it real, you know,
I try. I
and
definitely try.
you bring us back to what matters about the case.
I definitely try on that too.
In case the viewers out there don't know.
And again, it's about Madison Mogan, Kaylee Goncalves, Ethan Chapin, and Dana Kernodle. That's what this is about, folks. And it's about them getting absolution and true justice,
Well,
and the truth being pulled out on this. And because right now they're claiming, some of the families have claimed, oh, we got justice. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
No.
Because the person that killed your loved one is still out there. That's not justice. And that's why I do this.
In juxtaposition, you know, like how do you say it? Juxtaposition. With Gabby Petito, we found out who did it. It's pretty obvious, right?
Yeah, one was.
Bless you.
Bless you. Jesus.
Yeah. But with this case, I told a friend of mine, for instance, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to start from square one and examine the 4 victims.
Right.
Like, that's lame. That's not true crime. I'm like, it totally is true crime.
Yeah. Agreed.
But people make fun of you for starting from square one.
Make fun all you want. Because again, folks, I don't care if we had to go back 4 times to the beginning of this case and look at it. I promise you there's something that was missed. Because once these documents, these reports, and all this other information has been released, it gives you a new mindset and a new set of eyes, in my opinion, to look at these things with.
What
so you
makes
got to go back.
Think about the first channels covering it, right? Not just YouTube, right? And who was barking the loudest? Start from there.
Yeah, right. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Meg just made a good point too. I care about the victims 100. But at this point, I can't care about the victims fully until the people are held accountable. That's a great point. It's
a sad but true point.
They don't have a voice anymore, folks. They haven't had a voice since November 13th of 2022. Okay. So however many of us out here that are out here trying to be their voice, because they know the truth, but they can't express that. They can't voice that.
I mean, why do you think I jumped in here? I'm like one of a billion people who jumped in on this, you know. I'm like, I can't stand the fact that one day families woke up and their kids weren't there. That hurts.
It does. Of course it does. It absolutely does. And that's, you know what, you guys, that's it right there. I mean, I know there's been people that I've gotten emails like, shame on you because you're talking negative about Steve Goncalves and the families and this and that. Okay. But I'm not. I'm asking questions that deserve answers because they have put themselves in those positions. I absolutely feel their pain. Okay. I don't know what they're going through because I've never had to go through it. Thank God. And nobody should ever have to go through that. But I understand they're in pain. I get that part of it. But if that's the case, then why are you doing the things you're doing? Why are you not looking at these reports like the rest of us are? Why are you not looking at these body cams like the rest of us are and saying, what the fuck? And going and asking questions to the 2 roommates and asking Moscow police the questions that should be asked, or ISP. You're not. No, you're just sitting there quiet saying, well,
no. And then plus they're telling us not to do it.
Yeah.
Stop
that
when
too.
You played that video the other day, I was like, exactly what I was feeling. I'm like, we need to ask questions. If you care, that's what you do. If we didn't care, we wouldn't.
Right.
I need like a timeout first. I'll stay online, but just give me a break, okay? I need like a minute. I'll be right back.
Take your time. I'm trying to check something in my chat real quick. Anyway, give me a second here.
Well, Dago, let me say this.
Go ahead.
My thoughts are not only for the 4 victims, but they're also for the parents. I can't help but to think that if I was in their shoes and knowing what I know about this case and how it's all a lie,
Yeah.
You cannot tell me that you're okay knowing that the person that they say did this
Mm-hmm.
is gone for the rest of his life, knowing that he is, they cannot prove it, and they have avoided trial to convict the man. If it wasn't for that plea deal, they've been up the shit creek without the power. I would be highly ticked knowing that they put a innocent man in prison for the rest of his life under false pretense just to satisfy me and give me the peace of mind knowing they got the right man, but all along they got the wrong man. And the right people that's still out there did this is still out there.
Of course. Of course.
I would be ticked. But that's just me. I guess I'm just a shade of different color, but I'm just saying.
You are not a shade of different color.
No,
But this,
I
this
think we all have the same feeling on that.
Look, I
I
refer
don't understand where the parents. I
hemisphere.
get it. I get it. You want that peace of mind. I get it. You want to move on for the and think about them for the love of your heart and your mind for those kids. I get it. I understand it. But to know that this was all bullshit lies that they was told time and time again with the trust that they had in the law enforcement and and everybody that was in the legal system is doing the right thing for them to catch the right people that was involved, and they did not do that. They dropped the ball.
Hemisphere, I can tell you
Absolutely.
love the families. Can I ask you a question? You know, Maddie's family came from kind of a broken home divorce, right? Xana's family also. Ethan is a set of triplets, right? Kaylee's parents are together, right? We have 4 different individuals, 4 different families. They're all reacting in different ways. What do you feel about that?
That's crazy to me. I
My
guess I will never understand that because I'm not them. I'm just looking out on the outside, looking in on it, and I'm just like, wow, I'm blown away.
You're not just dealing with 4 people who are not here. You're dealing with 4 sets of parents,
Yeah,
plus step parents, and things like that, you know?
and they all want to get it all swept underneath the rug and just okay, it happened. What happened happened. That's it. I
Do
want
you
to
think all
move
the
on. I can understand that. I get it.
do you think all the parents
Hold on, Wendy. Welcome, Pappy, real quick. Thank you, SRB. I seen. I'm gonna say something out loud, real quick. Okay.
yeah,
I saw there was a comment made that somebody's out there trying to archive um, people that are slandering the families. Do what you got to do. Okay. It's not slander. It's being. We're questioning it. So take it how you want. Do whatever you got to do. I'm here. Let's
I'm not
talk.
here to slander the
There's no
families.
slander. It's not slander, folks. It's
I'm trying
asking
to
the
point out
question.
facts.
Why are you asking? Why are you doing these things, saying these things? Why did you say these things? And why did you put these things out to the world the way you did? I think everybody has a right to ask those questions at this point.
Everyone,
It's not about slander. So do what you got to do.
Diego, everyone in the public knows that, you know, Maddie came from like divorced parents, you know, a split home, you know. Xana's parents
Absolutely.
also.
And see
They
that
know that Ethan's parents are together. They know that he's one of a set of triplets. I'm just saying facts. I'm not putting down the families. I'm saying we need to look into what's
it,
going on there. You
right.
know,
And yes, and what Lucy just said, that's what I'm saying. It's a fact, folks. I said what I said. The G family has said a whole lot of untrue things, and they know that they have. They've admitted that they have. He admitted to the fact that he purposely leaked things. He purposely asked people to say untrue things to run the narrative. All of those things were stated, folks, out of his own face and his own mouth. So why are you doing that? Okay.
And
So
you don't
somebody
think that
wants that.
Lifetime TV movies is not taking part of that into their script?
Oh, of course they are. But I'm just saying, like, that's facts. And I'll stand by Lucy with that as well. I said the same thing and I'll continue to say it because it's bullshit.
No, I stand by Lucy too. This is bullshit, you know? I don't usually swear, but yeah, it
You
is.
come for her, you come for all of us at that point because we all ask the same questions and we all are pointing the same things out. It is what it is. And yes, the truth does hurt. That's a fact. And
Let me
that's
throw this up. I didn't mean to slander the parents. I get it. They was lied to.
well, okay.
What's done is done. But I'm just saying, if this is the new norm for you, Dago, for you, and everybody on this chat,
No. I get
from
what you're
law
saying.
enforcement to do this an issue.
My issue is
A major issue.
you're not considering that every parent is unique, right? So some of them may have been whatever. Let's pretend that they're dissuaded by the law enforcement. But a lot of them weren't. That's the problem. A lot of them were not dissuaded. And they were silenced. Okay, so hear me out. We have a lot of big mouths out there and a lot of people who are being shut down. That's my opinion.
Good opinion. I'm with Mig too. I've said the same thing.
Sorry, I
just
got
like
kind of
yesterday.
fired and angry.
And again, it's not slandering the families, okay? But do what you got to do, please, please, please do.
I mean, hear me out. That, you know, not every parent acted the same way. That's it.
Right? And like Lucy just said, Molly's identity, Molly McMichaels, being leaked didn't fall out of the sky, okay? Between November 23rd of 22 and the Pullman arrest on September 4th of 24, her story changed. Why and how and when? Very good point, Lucy. Very good point. And again, I'm about positive at this point now. I think everybody knows that when Steve said that he himself was told by the FBI he wanted to go, he told the world he was going to go meet up with an informant. And they said, if you do, you're arrested. Well, guess what? Hey, typically, good to see you, hun. That's interfering in the case. You're causing issues. You're causing the truth to be changed. That's happened through this whole case. That's not okay. And that's why we're confused and want to know the truth. In turn, that's why we have the right to ask those questions.
Just getting here right now. Do you want to play a little bit more of the Ashley Shamefield?
Say again?
The Ashley Shamefield. Want to play a little bit more of that?
That was the whole interview. That was it.
I know, but if you want to replay anything, that'd be great, you know, for people who don't know what we're talking about.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if you guys
It
saw.
just me off. It just
jumped in here. Thank you for joining us, by the way.
It just ticks me off because Ashley Banfield has an opinion about every case, you know.
That's what we were talking about, you guys, was the interview that Trashley Smashfield gave with the Gonsalves, Steve and Olivia, about the fact that the movie's coming out and the fact that she believes that Amanda Koberger was going to testify against her brother, and that a lot of people are asking if that's why Brian took the plea deals, because he didn't want his sister to have to go on the stand.
Remember Trashley Banfield, whatever her name is, Trash Can.
Trashley Smashfield, yes.
Yeah, this is not the only case she does.
No.
A lot of people will go, oh, she's an expert at this case. I guess she's an expert at every other case too.
Not an expert at anything except being a dirty, nasty person, in my opinion.
Me too. I mean, I agree.
My question is how they got the Lewiston Clarkson video if they didn't have his name until 12/19. I've said before, I don't believe that. I think
surprised me if she had the Summer Wells information, everything else information, just sits on it and waits till like the internet explodes and goes, "Oh, I knew it all along."
I'm sure she does stuff like that.
That's the way she acts.
12/19 is when they stated that they had it. Did all the companies save the footage for over 30 days, or did they have it earlier and waited until? I still think they had Brian's name by at the very earliest or latest November 25th, in my opinion. That's just my opinion, but and I'll stick with that. Miss Tandy's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Tea Time Sleuth, good to see you as well. Hold on a minute, you guys. I'm trying to catch up with some things in here. Bashley Manfield, yes. Or Skeletor, as I call her, because she's trash. Sorry. She kind of did, yeah, Pappy. Good to see you, brother. JK, good to see you as well. Well, and nobody does, JK. I just don't understand why none of the families are publicly upset that unknown male blood DNA is not being tested. Great question. Why aren't you questioning any of the things that have been brought out that they should be questioning when they know that they see the same things we can? Okay.
Ask yourself, why aren't the Chapins out there? They don't care, apparently. I don't mean it that way, but you know what I mean?
I know what you mean. We've all questioned.
You know, where's half of Xana's family? Where are the Mogans right now? You know, it's always Gonzalez.
There's two people I told you guys that I feel like probably don't have a clue what truly happened, and that out of the families too, I think Ben Mogan and Kara Kernodle are the ones that, or Kara Northington, I'm sorry, are the ones that may not have the insight that the Chapins, the Goncalves, and Karen Laramie have on this. Okay, that's my opinion, of course. I could be wrong, but it sure seems like that to me. So those are the families that I look at questionably with my head turned sideways and ask, why aren't you doing this, that, or that?
Dago, if you're starting over, right, from square one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't the first family you turn to wouldn't be the G fam?
No, I agree with you. The Chapins are very questionable in a lot of the things they've done. From the very beginning, they said, we're not going any further with this. It's done for us. We won't be at hearings, the trial, nothing. What?
You know what's the metaphor or analogy? Beware of the quiet ones.
Oh, of course. Yes.
So,
of course. Yes.
And they're the most quiet ones.
Yes. Agreed. Don't be hating.
I mean, I don't mean they're involved with anything, but
well,
stay out of something.
We know that they were given information from Othram. The Chapins were very quickly and early on, and now look at the situation. That's odd to me.
I mean, she wrote a storybook for kids, like The Boy in Blue, you know?
Yeah, that one I don't have issues with because I get that.
No, I get a mother's mourning. I totally get it. You know, that's not my issue. I'm not mocking that. Okay.
No, I got you. That's what I mean. But there's other things that are issues to me.
I don't think they really speak highly of Xana enough, you know, like you know, initially they did, I think.
Right.
But, you know, they're all about Ethan, and nothing about Xana. So, like, why are they quiet about Xana? That's my question. Again, not mocking the family.
No, of course. Understood. Let me see something here. Real quick, you guys. Let me show you something.
Yeah, I mute.
Miss Cassie just gave me a heads up on. Just for a quick look. Take a quick break. Hold on. I wonder what Eddie's up to today. Must be busy working. Oh, hold on a minute. There we go. All right, let me see something here. Thanks for the heads up, Cass. First and foremost. Uh-oh. There we go. Bingo. That is too funny. Here we go, you guys. Check it out. Just in case you might be interested, please check it out. I like it. I love it. And I think this one here. It says common sense has left the building. Yes, I've said that many a times. I love that. Good stuff, Cass. And these can be done in different colors, you guys, but that's cute. There you go. Check it out. There's Eddie right there. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Great job, Cass. Great job. Let me see. You guys can... There you go. Different colors. I like the gray and the green. Those are great. Those are great. Great job, Cassie. Thank you, hon. Love it, love it, love it. And of course, the other one, like I said, common sense has left the building. I love that, Cassie. Great stuff. And you can get that on a hoodie. It looks like both of those, yes. Or the sweatshirt, I'm sorry. You probably put on a hoodie too, but you got to be kidding me. Another one of my awesome sayings. And come on, there we go. There's that one too. Again, great job. As always, Cassie, I love them. And they're available there, folks. And of course, we have this one here too. Front of it has our name there, and on the back it says, you got to check this out. I need a new conspiracy theory because all of the old ones came true. You got to love that one, folks. You got to love that one. And all the other stuff, guys. We got the dog mat, food mat, all that kind of stuff, pet food mat, and all that stuff in there. The link is in the chat. Go check it out if you would, please. We do need one that says shut up, Cassie. Put one of the baby faces on there and just put the word, put shut up underneath it. I think that would be awesome. People would love that one. But anyway.
As an old cat lady, I love the pet stuff. So
yeah, we have pet mats that we've had a couple people pick them up already for their pet food bowls and stuff like that. And a coffee mug. Yes. Great stuff, Cass, as always. Monica Parker, hello. And so Cass what? And it's perfect. Yes.
Thank you, Cass.
Great stuff. There's a link, guys. Check it out if you're wanting and interested in any of that stuff. Please and thank you. Great job, Cassie, as always. Eddie's in the house. Welcome back, brother. Terry Martin, good to see you. Yes, I did see that.
Eddie coming up?
Cleveland. Eddie, I don't think he's coming up today, but he's in the chat.
Okay.
Yep, I did see that, Terry. Very scary stuff. So, Bemmy's in the house. Good to see you, too. Shut doesn't go up. Planes do. So take my advice and shut up, too. I love that, Meg. Emma R., what's going on? Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Good idea. They are available now, Bemmy. Yes. Go into that link and check it out. Amen to that too, Monica. Amen to that too. All right, you guys. So, next up, I want to go over this video. Of course, our brother Docket. Tomboy's in the house. Good to see you.
Are you going to echo again if we stay on?
If you talk. Only if you talk.
Okay.
So we just all mute and be quiet while we're watching it. It's not too long. 12 minutes.
Well, you don't echo when you talk, just the rest.
I don't. Yeah, and I don't know why it does this either. I have to talk. I'm gonna try to get a hold of Outcast and ask him if he could help me through what that is.
I'm not questioning it. I'm just saying.
Oh no, you're good. We used to say that. And yes, we did. Sticks and stones may break my bones. Names will never hurt me.
Is that a real eagle or just like a clip image thing?
I think it's just a photograph.
I like it though.
Of course, eagles are awesome. Welcome, Bomb Toy. Good to see you.
I mean, Dago, I have fake pigtails, so.
I got you.
It's not really me.
What was just said about me? I came in the room and heard cat lady. Oh, she was talking about being a cat lady herself because she likes cats. That's all.
I have 2 cats, so I'm allowed to.
Absolutely. Yes.
They're my babies.
Thank you, SRB. Again, guys, never ever expected, but anybody that is interested in supporting the channel in that way, if you're enjoying the content, please consider giving a tip. SRB says via Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Those are the links if you choose to, but never expected to. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think we're going to start doing that. I've been thinking about that before, actually, Cassie. So we'll have to get together and work something out and see how we can put it together. But thank you again,
You
SRB.
want like a giveaway?
A giveaway, yeah. I've been talking about that for a little while now.
I can
Just
help
trying
you
to
do that.
How?
There's some like not semantics. What's the word? Forget it. I'll explain it later. I'll
That's
email you.
okay. No worries. We'll figure it out.
I'll
Absolutely.
email you. I know how this works, but you can't actually like do a giveaway, but you can do a giveaway.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, we'll work it out. No big deal.
Yeah, we
Thank
got
you.
it.
Thank you, Miss Tandy, very much. All right, guys, this is Docket Decoder. Again, I want everybody, if you have not yet subscribed, to please do that. Hit the notification bell so you don't miss nothing he does. Once again, another great video he's put out, and he's making a good point through this. So let's check this out real quick.
All right, welcome back into the Fox 13 live desk. I'm Matthew Smith, bringing you the latest news throughout the day. So we just got word, TMZ now reporting that there has been a plea deal accepted in the Bryan Kohberger trial. So this is huge news that we are working through as a newsroom right now, talking with everybody, trying to get the details. But now a word on him potentially agreeing to plead guilty on all counts.
And welcome back to Docket Decoder. So for today's video, I want us to remember back to early July. You can remember we were just weeks before the Bryan Kohberger trial being set to finally begin. But that was when everything changed. Instead of the trial that all of us, and really the whole world, had been waiting to begin, reports began surfacing that Bryan Kohberger might have accepted a plea deal in order to avoid the death penalty. People on both sides, those convinced of his guilt, as well as those certain of his innocence, were left stunned. But as more details emerged and it became clear that he had indeed accepted a plea deal, there was one question that seemed to dominate almost every conversation. What was it that had changed? I mean, up until that point, the defense had never even hinted that a plea deal might be on the table for them. Kohberger's attorneys had repeatedly stated that he was innocent. And one of the very few things we knew Kohberger himself had said was that he was looking forward to being exonerated. But a trial would be necessary for him to clear his name. So why do this now? What forced such an abrupt shift? So the media did what the media does, and they turned to Howard Bloom to answer some of these questions about why Bryan Kohberger had changed his mind so abruptly. And Howard Bloom, for those of you who have followed the case, I'm sure you're familiar with him and his work, but he's an author and journalist who had literally written the book on the case, having published a book about this case back more than a year before the trial was even set to begin. But the media had certainly looked to him to be the expert, and he was more than happy to go on all the news networks and share his theory, presented as fact, about why Bryan Kohberger had indeed changed his mind and this plea deal had come to be. And in fact, that the defense had gone to the prosecution asking for this plea deal. I'm not going to try to explain his theory. I will let him do that in his own words.
His name is Howard Bloom, and his article appears in an online newsletter called Airmail.
Dive in this case. He wrote a book, actually. Howard Bloom is his name. I've interviewed him before. The name of the book is When the Night Comes Calling, a requiem to the Idaho student murders. He's been following this case from the beginning. He was shocked.
All right, joining us, Howard Bloom from the Hamptons, the #1 authority on the Idaho murder case. Bryan Kohberger, the families, everything about this.
Well, fortunately, you know, I like telling stories.
All along, the word had been he's not taking a plea. He wants to go to trial.
What I discovered in the course of my reporting, that early on, Ann Taylor had a sense that this is a case that she would like to get a plea deal. She approached Kohberger and discussed it with him. This was before there was the alternate perpetrator ruling that was ruled out. And he said no, because his mother was insisting that she did not want her son to admit to guilt to these crimes. Maybe she didn't believe he was guilty or whatever. Then it seems, and this is what I've been told, this is what has been suggested to me, that it's a matter of record that after the murders, on 6 a.m., he called for an hour at the parents' home in Pennsylvania at 6 a.m. He spoke with his mother, not his father. It was suggested that the state was now going to call the mother to the stand and want to find out what was said during that phone call. That caused Kohlberger, as it was reported to me, a great deal of distress. He did not want this to become public. He also did not want, it was brought up to him, that his father would have to testify perhaps on the stand about what was said during their cross-country trip that I write about in great detail in my book and in the airmail articles. He wanted that to be kept secret too. So part of the reason I've been told that he finally agreed to tell his team, try to see if we can get a plea deal, was that he wanted to keep his parents from testifying. He didn't want them to be put in a situation that might leave them in some sort of jeopardy, might impugn their reputations in the community. He was trying to protect them. That led him
Well, that's
to
that's
make this
interesting.
deal.
What you just
Now, just for anybody that doesn't realize, the title on this is Court Docs Destroy Howard Blum's Kohlberger narrative. So remember that while we're watching this.
said, because I struggled with this yesterday, asking how can a sociopath who takes the lives so easily of four innocents then have empathy for his parents? Like, well, gee, I don't want that. But maybe it's not empathy. It's that I don't want them to be in the position of like going to jail. I'm human being enough to say I don't want them becoming like the parents of that guy down in Florida, Brian Landry, who killed Gabby Petito. And it was very clear the parents knew what their son had done. They denied it, but they've become the scourges of the nation because it was very clear that they let Gabby Petito's parents suffer while they knew their son had done something terrible.
These are the only anchors he has for the rest of his life in jail. He wants to protect them. If he can get out of this quickly, everyone wants to just get this over with and move on. And that's why I also find so distressing that the judge allowed this gag order to stay in place till after everything is done. So everything that reporters might find out would become ancient history by the time it gets out there. And her problem all along, and this is again reporting I've been doing, her client, Brian Kohlberger, every time he was approached, nixed a plea deal largely because of his mother. His mother was opposed to it. His mother said, we want to have our day in court. She thought somehow that this would all be resolved.
Outcast, welcome, brother. Good to see you today. Hope you're doing well. As always, appreciate you dropping by. Guys, please make sure we drop his link. And if you ain't subscribed to Outcast channel, please, what are you doing with your life? Hop on over there, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and hit that like button. What's up, Lori Woody? Good to see you.
Resolved in her son's favor. Then, after the two latest motions were thrown out, the alternate perpetrator and the alibi defense, something else became clear to the defense team, and they shared this with Brian Kohlberger. Brian Kohlberger's mother very possibly could have had to go on the stand and discuss what was said during a telephone call that her son made at 6 o'clock in the morning, Idaho time, approximately 2 hours after the murders. She would have to say what she heard, what was her impression, what she felt her son was talking about. And Brian Kohlberger was told that this could incriminate your mother, perhaps, and perhaps put her in legal jeopardy. And
Wow.
I think that weighed a lot on him. He also was told that his father would be put on the stand and have to discuss what happened during their cross-country trip from Washington State University back to Pennsylvania during the Christmas vacation period of 2022. I discussed this a great deal in my book, What Went On. It's hard to get the specific bits of the conversation, but think about it. Here was Brian Kohlberger's father sitting shoulder to shoulder in a Hyundai Elantra for 4 days with his son. He knows every cop in the country is looking for a white Hyundai Elantra, just like the car he happens to be in. He knows his son lives 10 miles away from the murder scene. He knows his son has had behavioral issues, been a heroin addict. He was.
Remember one thing, folks, that no matter what this idiot's saying, which is what Docket is pointing out, how it's broken down now and it doesn't hold any water, that I'm pretty sure both defense and prosecution stated this wasn't going to happen. So just remember that.
Concerned enough about his son to want to go out to Washington State. When he first went out there, he went with him, he accompanied him, and now he's driving back with him again, 3 months later. So I think the parents had a sense of what was happening, and they were going to be put on the stand by the prosecution and asked specific questions.
Thank you for that, brother. I appreciate that very much. Again, y'all, please make sure that you guys have subscribed to Outcast and everything he does. I appreciate you, bro, very much.
And they made it clear, Ann Taylor's team made it clear to Kohberger that might not be a position you want to put your parents in. But fortunately, I like telling stories.
Well, Howard, I'm very glad that you enjoy telling stories. And you're obviously very good at telling those stories because a lot of people have bought, even paid for your stories. But your story this time has a problem. You see, this past week, Judge Hippler finally released a few more documents from the case file. And one of those documents that he released was the list of prosecution witnesses that they plan to call at trial. And, we are finally seeing that list now. But Ann Taylor and Brian Kohberger have known who's on that list for a long time. And you know who's not on that list? Brian Kohberger's mom. So the prosecution wasn't going to be confronting her about that phone call like you talked about. You know who else wasn't on the list? Brian Kohberger's father. So the prosecution wasn't going to be calling him to the stand and confronting him about what they said on that ride back from Pennsylvania from Washington State. I'm not sure who your sources were, but they were wrong. Howard, as a parent, one of the lessons I'm trying to teach my kids is that we're all human. We all make mistakes. We all get things wrong sometimes. But who defines us as people, who I am as a person, what my character is, really comes down to what do I do with that when I find out that I'm wrong. So I'm curious, Howard, what is it you're going to do now that clearly your story that you just told was wrong? And your story that you told was about other people. And my guess would be your story probably hurt those people. And it was wrong. We know that now. So Howard, my question is, what are you going to do now that your story that you told about other people was wrong? And there's been other things, Howard, that have been shown that you reported about this story that have been wrong. And my guess is, before all is said and done, there's going to be a lot of things that you wrote in your book that we find out are wrong. So what are you going to do when you find out you're wrong? I don't know. That's up to you. But I'm anxiously waiting to see what you and a lot of other people do when we find out things that they said about other people were wrong. Well, thanks for watching. If you like this video, like, comment, subscribe, all that jazz. And I'll see you next time. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. And there's Docket himself. There's the link, guys. Make sure you've done it, please, and thank you. Docket says it there, and it's facts, folks. He likes to insinuate that he has knowledge of private conversations that happened within the Kohberger family, which just makes him sound beyond absurd. I agree. And you never have to thank me, bro. Absolutely. I will play everything and anything you have because I want everybody to see the stuff you do. And it's all very, very amazing. So thanks again. Thanks for being here as well. And the link is pinned as always, bro. You're always welcome to jump up and discuss anything you want to. But guys, please make sure you hop on over to Docket Decoder, hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. That way you don't miss any of these things. And please, if you will, jump over and hit the like on that video and all the others he's done to make sure that they get out there. Please and thank you. Share them out, guys. Great one. Another great one because it's a fact. Howard Blum came out with this book, had all this nonsense bullshit in it that he wanted the whole world to believe. And he's being proven wrong. And I'm going to call it out too, just like Docket did. What are you going to do now, Howard? Are you going to step forward and say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I probably shouldn't have said that. Or are you just going to sit on it and let it roll on by like you do everything else? choice is yours, my friend. You need to do something with that, though, in my opinion.
Dago, in the words of Xana Kernodle when she lost her vape, let's go.
Yeah,
You know?
agreed. I mean, he needs to step up and say, hey, yo, I was wrong. I don't know why I said those things, you know, but he's never going to do that. He's never going to do something
I'm
like that.
live from the Hamptons. Here goes Howard Bloom, you know.
The man's done. That's not the only thing he's done. And
He's not in touch with reality. He's not.
No, he's a mess. I mean, he was making statements that him and Steve were
I
having.
gotta jump off the chat now, but I wanted to say goodbye.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your input and your insight. I always appreciate you very much, Chick. Have a great rest of your day. You too, hon. Bye-bye. So, yeah, I mean, there again, one more thing we've seen that it's just a joke. It's a joke. You don't know any more than any of us know, in my opinion. He may have a few little insights into certain things, but nothing more. But he pretends to know everything. That's a joke to me. Do you really think that Michael and Marianne and the Koberger sisters sat down with Howard Bloom and had a conversation with him? Come on now. We know that ain't real. We know it's bullshit, but he wants the world to believe that. That's a joke. Yeah, I'm going to go with no too, Meg. He's going to sit on it. That's what he does. Welcome, Sarah. Good to see you. But I'll call it. I don't know. I will call it out. Come on, Howard. Step up to the plate and be the man that you want everybody to think you are and admit you were wrong. Just say it. I made a mistake, folks. I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that, but here it is. Just saying.
That's just another black eye towards Brian Koberger and that family.
Yes, agreed, Sarah.
What's the motivation for him to write a book about the Idaho Ford in the first place?
Money.
That's what I'd like to know.
Money. That's what it's all. Everything is money. We know that. It's money. Same thing Patterson did to make money. The same thing Scott Green did to make money. Welcome, Jen. Good to see you, dear. And yes, money. Money, money, money.
And how many cases that you know of in the history of cases, it's like this. It's crazy.
A lot of it. There's a whole lot of it. There's a whole lot of it. And now, here's the other part to this, okay? Which is, in my opinion, I don't know how to take this, but this is another thing I wanted to review today. And I'm sorry again that we have to listen to Frodo today, but it's interesting. I watched all of this morning. And notoriety, yes, good point. Good point, Tandy. Good point. Doc, it says all the people who had him on their shows, networks, etc., should be pissed that he came on here and lied to them and their viewers. They gave him a platform and he lied. Drunk Turkey, a couple other people did the same thing, but they don't care. Docket, because just like him, it doesn't matter. It runs with their narrative and they're good with that. And that's all that matters. But nobody will tell the truth. We know that. Nobody will tell the truth. Bullshit to me. And we'll discuss that some more here in a minute. I want to run this for you guys real fast as well. Let me see. What is the length on this one? Yeah. Okay. Hang on. Thank you so much, Bemi, for that super sticker. God bless. And I appreciate you so much. So very generous of you. Very, very appreciated. The parents weren't on the witness list. They were on the mitigation list. They were not on the witness list. Sorry. Whole different story, folks. Oh, thank you. Everybody likes that, Bemi. No worries. That's an accent wall that my wife put together with the different colors and stuff. It's really nice. If you see the rest of the room. This is the same mofo that said Brian stole blood from the WSU lab and threw it on the railing on the stairs. Yeah. How about that statement? Good point, Jen. Stupid statement. It's ridiculous. All right, on we go with this one.
Brian Koberger's sister know that could have helped prosecutors. Brian Koberger's sister was on the prosecution's witness list. That is something new that we now know because that list has been unsealed. And I'm diving into what she may have known, why she may have been important to prosecutors. Also, someone on the defense list that's interesting, Dr. Catherine Ramsland, one of Brian Koberger's former professors. I actually did a very lengthy interview with her.
And I'm going to explain to you why I'm showing you guys all these. Thank you, Bemmy. I appreciate you probably more. Still very much more. Absolutely, William. 100%. Burnt toast, in my opinion.
About Brian Koberger, which I'm going to have in this episode. And then also an update on the investigation in the prison where Brian Koberger is, the maximum security prison. Remember, there was a video that was leaked of Brian Koberger from inside, the latest on that investigation, and the fact that there will not be criminal charges. Why is that? I'm getting into all of this new information in this episode of Brian Ensign Investigates. Hey guys, so the witness lists are now public in the Brian Koberger case. Of course, there was no trial, there was the plea deal, we all know that, but the judge is slowly going over all of the documents and slowly making them public and releasing them. First, they have to go through and be approved by the defense and prosecution, and then the judge makes the ultimate call and is still releasing documents. And some of the documents that have been recently released over the last several days or so are the witness lists on both the defense and the prosecution side. And what I picked up on to be the most interesting with those lists, and first of all, there's a lot of names on there that I recognize that are just police officers and FBI agents and people involved in the case, but there are a couple that stood out to me. On the prosecution's list, Brian Koberger's sister, Amanda Koberger, is listed, which is interesting because that means that for some reason, prosecutors were considering calling Amanda Koberger, Brian Koberger's sister, during the trial as one of their witnesses.
Let me stress something once again. Just because somebody's name is on a witness list does not mean they will be called and asked any questions. Remember that, folks.
So there was a reason that they thought she could help their case. A couple of things that come to mind here. There was this issue with Brian Koberger's sister being charged with with Brian Koberger being charged with a misdemeanor back in 2014 for theft involving his sister and him stealing his sister's cell phone. You might remember Brian Koberger's dad, and I reported on this, I got the police report, called police back in 2014 and actually basically turned his son in. I guess he was trying to teach him a lesson or something like that for stealing his sister's cell phone. Perhaps did they want to bring that up at trial, and is that why they wanted to talk to Amanda Koberger? We don't know, but that's one possibility. Also, his sisters were reportedly interviewed by police after Brian Koberger was arrested for the murders, and one sister reportedly, several different outlets reported this, including NBC, one sister said that she suspected Koberger's involvement in the murders of the Idaho students, and even was looking at his car and things like that.
That's an absolute rumor, and I'm calling bullshit.
Did they perhaps want to ask her about that, prosecutors, and is that the reason that they had her on the list? It's possible. I do think that's unlikely, though. I mean, that story never came up in any police reports that I saw. And also, since the plea deal, you've got Bill.
And there's your answer right there, that never came up in any of the police reports ever. So he knows it's bullshit.
Thompson, the prosecutor, who's been doing a ton of interviews, and he said that he didn't believe that Koberger's family had anything to help his case should he had called them to testify. Granted, did he really believe that? Is there something he's holding back? Amanda Koberger was on the list. So in a second, I'm going to talk to Misty Maris. She's a friend of mine. She's an attorney who's been covering this case since the very, very beginning. She's very knowledgeable. She's going to explain what she thinks, why she thinks Amanda Koberger was on the list. And she was also on the defense list, by the way, which is interesting. So I'm going to get to that in a second. Also new, and this is reporting from my buddy Kevin Fixer with the Idaho Statesman. Remember the video from inside the maximum security prison that was leaked out that shows Brian Koberger after he was booked into prison after the plea deal? And there was video that was leaked, which is, again, and I've said this before, it's a very big deal. I've never seen this happen before in my entire career, where video from inside a prison is leaked out. They told us that they were doing an investigation at the prison. Well, Kevin is reporting that no criminal charges will be filed against the corrections officer suspected of recording and releasing the prison security footage. So they have apparently narrowed down who they think that corrections officer is. That corrections officer no longer works at the high security prison, but there will not be criminal charges. And for a while, a lot of people thought there would be criminal charges, that violated some kind of law. That's not happening. I'm going to talk to Misty about that also. And lastly, in these new documents, the witness list that were released, on the defense list, I noticed a name that I'm very familiar with, Dr. Catherine Ramsland. Dr. Ramsland was Brian Koberger's professor at DeSales University in Pennsylvania when he was getting his master's degree in criminology. Why would the defense be interested in talking with Dr. Ramsland? Why would they have wanted to call her as a,
in my opinion, as a character witness
at the trial? Obviously she was his professor, but what was she going to say that could perhaps help the defense? I did a lengthy interview with Dr. Ramsland. It's really the only interview she's done. I think she may have also talked to the New York Times, but It's one of the only interviews she's done since Bryan Kohberger pled guilty and went to prison, where she talked extensively about what she thought of Kohberger, about why she says she would want to study Kohberger and actually like meet with him. So I'm going to play that interview for you too, which I think is interesting when you take into account that we now know she was on the defense list. But let me start out by talking to Misty about all of this. I'm joined now by Misty Maris, my friend and an attorney, and I haven't seen you in a while, Misty. Thank you for coming on. I thought of you when I saw this witness list, and I was wondering what you thought about it. The fact that Bryan Kohberger's sister, Amanda Kohberger, is on the prosecution's list. What comes to mind when you hear about that?
So, Brian, first of all, so good to see you. And we obviously covered this case just, gavel to gavel all the way through. Ultimately, Bryan Kohberger's plea deal, which took a lot of us by surprise, although I know there was some buzz for the boots on the ground, which you were, that a plea deal might be coming down the pike. But when I see that his sister is on this list, this is something that I had opined around that time.
Exactly, Sarah. Great point. He ignores what Bill himself said about the family members. And then you have the G's on Enton's Trashly Skeletor show, believing that the sister has nothing to do with BK pleading. So take all this into account, folks.
When it became clear that Kohberger was going to take a plea deal.
What's up, Scotty? Good
and
to
the
see you,
question
bro.
in my mind was why? Now, there were a whole bunch of blows to the defense as far as theories that could be used at trial. There was an alibi defense that could not be used. There were other defenses that Kohberger was not going to be able to raise. So all of that was a blow to the defense, but I would call it a predictable blow. The defense was really throwing everything they could at the wall to try and advocate for Kohberger and lay out a defense in the case, and they were not successful on a lot of that, keeping evidence out. So it was a predictable blow in my view. So I was wondering what else is going on.
Teresa, you got to show your face for like 3 seconds, hon, and then I'll pull you up. There you go. You can take it down. You're good.
And I thought that perhaps that there were family members.
Welcome, dear. Thanks for joining us today.
I just wanted to say something quick.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe one of your mods, like Meg can figure out why and can't chat. I don't know why.
I don't know. I've been having problems with YouTube and StreamYard both. Obviously.
Yeah, it did it to me on Charge channel too. Weird.
Yeah, I'll have to look.
So I don't know. Maybe because you're like the main person I watch.
I think
so. Otherwise, no big deal.
Okay. Well, I will keep looking at it. In fact, I'm going to notate it, and again, maybe I'll get with my mods later on and see if we can figure out a reason why and look into some things. I'll get with Mama Bear too.
Yeah. It could just be YouTube though, just so you know. So
absolutely. All right, hon. Well, thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you watching us and supporting us very much, Teresa.
Oh yeah. Yep. Okay. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
I'll be in the chat.
I appreciate you.
Who were going to end up on the prosecution's witness list, although I thought it could have been his father or his mother, because he had driven back with his father from the campus back to his home, and so many different things that they could have been witnesses to that may have been relevant for prosecutors, but it ended up being his sister. Now, if there was something that was going to tip the scales as far as a plea deal, it might be that his sister was going to have to testify for prosecutors. I also saw that she was on his witness list as a potential mitigation witness for sentencing. So to the extent that there was an analysis by Kohberger about putting a family member in that situation, it could have been something that made an impact, because you and I both know the roll of the dice at trial, this was going to be a if convicted, life in prison or death penalty, right? And why not roll the dice at trial, see if you can get one juror to hang that jury or whatever it might be, and then it takes decades for the death penalty to actually come to fruition, provided it was the worst case scenario for him. And the law on the death penalty is ever changing. We know that it's there's a lot of movement on that in every state. So you're talking, 20, 30 years down the line. Is that really the incentive taking that off the table, or was there something more? And perhaps this witness list is that something more that tipped that scale.
Yeah, and we've reported that his sisters were also interviewed by police, and there's one sister reportedly who said that she suspected Kohberger's involvement in the murder of the Idaho students, and that was also in the NBC Dateline piece. Do you think that that's true? And do you think that that could have come into play about why the prosecutors wanted to talk to her?
Certainly, it could have come into play why prosecutors wanted to talk to her. How that was actually going to make it onto the witness stand, if in fact there was testimony, it would really depend, because from a defense perspective, you would challenge that as very speculative. What was the reasoning behind that conclusion that he was somehow involved? Does it have to do with something specific, or does it have to do with mannerisms or something of the like? I think that we were on the doorstep of a trial, right, Brian? I mean, we were almost there. There were a lot of evidentiary decisions that had been made prior to the plea deal, but some of what was still up in the air would have been the scope of the testimony of certain witnesses. And as you know, when you're going into trial, you're putting witnesses on the list that you may call. You might not end up calling all of them, but you have to give notice to the other side if there's even a possibility that you may want to put them on the stand. So there's a little bit more of an analysis about what would have actually come out as far as testimony.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit.
In front of a jury, and whether or not it would have spoken to the heart of the issue or been too speculative and may have been something the defense could challenge as far as what types of questions they would answer.
Some people are speculating that because the witness list came out, at least to the defense, the prosecution's witness list, just days before the plea deal, that it may have influenced Bryan Kohberger into accepting the plea deal. Would Kohberger have been able to see that witness list?
So he would be meeting with his attorneys in a case like this. And as a defense lawyer, you're obligated to share any relevant information with your client and how it might impact the case moving forward. So it's absolutely, it would probably be a failure of the defense attorneys not to share at least who the witnesses are, why they might be relevant, and what impact it could have on the case. Keep in mind, this was a very lengthy witness list. Not that that's surprising in a case like this. As you know, the trial was going to be months long, right? That's how long it was anticipated to take to bring the case through trial. So it would absolutely be something that the defense would be sharing with Kohberger, speaking to him about, and to the extent that there were question marks about what somebody might testify to, getting insight from the client about how that might unfold. And then also, in addition to that, you're responsible from a defense perspective to tell your client what may be a problem for the case, what might be positive, because ultimately you make a recommendation as a defense lawyer, but it's the client that ultimately makes the decision on which way to proceed. They really drive the bus. So all of that would have been something that I believe, just from the way a defense usually unfolds, would have been shared with Kohberger around that time.
So the prosecutor, he's done a ton of interviews since the plea deal came out and everything was sort of settled. And he has said that he did not believe that Kohberger's family had anything really to help his case should he call them to testify. Do you think that's true, or do you think he knew something that he was sort of holding back, that he was debating? It's kind of like during the trial, can't they kind of make a game time decision?
Yeah, it's easy to say now that it's over, right? And to say that, oh, well, we were skeptical about calling them because we don't know. Number one, if you need them to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, that's always what prosecutors are looking for. What do we need to prove? And what witnesses do we need to put on the stand in order to do so? When you have a family member who is going to be, in some ways, from a prosecutor's perspective and analysis, it's a conflict. You might be it's your witness, but it might be a hostile witness, right? Because there's a familial connection, that there may be something that comes up in the testimony that you're not prepared for. All of those things are going to be factored into whether or not, in a risk reward scenario, is it worth it to put this person on the stand? So I do understand why prosecutors would say we're only going to use them if it is necessary for the case, Kohberger's family members, because there might be some risk to putting them on the stand. That being said, to your point, Brian, you have all of these witnesses on the witness list, and to a certain degree, trial's predictable because you're exchanging information before you get into the courtroom. There's no Perry Mason or Matlock moments, although they seem like there are sometimes. Everything is exchanged in advance, but a trial is fluid, and you have to be able to pivot, whether you're the prosecutors or the defense, if there is something that needs to be established that has not been. So I think if we're really thinking about how this would have played out at trial, prosecutors would have likely kept those witnesses in their pocket and made a decision at some point throughout the trial whether or not they were going on to the stand, if they needed them for certain purposes, like timeline, where Kohberger was at a certain point, what communications were like, what was his demeanor like. We know a lot of evidence was gathered from the time frame where he was home with his parents ultimately. So that all could be relevant, and I think prosecutors were probably holding onto it in case they needed to use it at trial.
One theory that I had about why they would want family members to testify is because they had a family Amazon account and they were trying to single out that he bought the K-bar knife on Amazon. Would they need the other family members to come up to just say, are you the one who ordered the K-bar knife? Are you the one who ordered this? And then they would all say no. And basically through process of elimination, they could show jurors that it was Koberger. That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah, and Brian, you make a good point, and maybe it wouldn't even have been in the prosecutor's direct case, but when you have electronic records like that, you're going to have somebody who comes on from Amazon or from the company who says these are true and accurate records that are kept in the usual course of business, and go through and here's all the transactions and lay it all out. And a defense attorney on cross might say, well, even though it's on this account, can you tell who actually made the purchase?
Right.
Can you tell who hit the button, who put it in the cart? And the answer is going to be no, right? So you could see a case where on rebuttal, the prosecution fills in those holes by bringing the family members who also had access to the account to the stand and says, well, was this you or was this you? And so that is exactly the type of scenario where maybe you're not anticipating from a prosecutor's perspective putting the family members on the stand in the direct case, but it may become necessary as the case unfolds or in order to plug up some holes where the defense is trying to raise reasonable doubt.
One thing I've always been a little confused by is basically Brian Koberger's parents, which we've reported, were called before a grand jury in Pennsylvania on the death of another woman. It seemed like they were trying to rule Brian Koberger out of some of these other unsolved cases in Pennsylvania. But then the proceedings were used to elicit information about Koberger's early years, and some of that information was going to be used by prosecutors in Idaho. What do you make of that? I mean, is that allowed? I guess that's allowed.
So interestingly enough, I understand why his parents, when they were called before that grand jury, they tried to quash the subpoenas, meaning they tried to say that we should.
I'm going to show you something. Hang on. Give me 1 second. Hold on a minute, you guys. I'm going to show you the proof that they're lying. 1 minute here. Bear with me, you guys. You still there, Hemisphere?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, give me. Oh, I forgot to switch the year. Hold on. Give me a minute here. I think this is the right one. 21st April 25. Thank you, Lucy. I knew. Give me a minute, you guys. 421. And we have notice of compliance. Down too far. Order sealing state. Wait a minute. There it is. There it is, right there. If you guys remember this, notice of compliance and motion to seal the state's witness and exhibits list comes now, Brian, the state of Ohio, Jesus, sorry, you guys. Idaho. By and through Latah County, we know what all that means. So the state moves the court pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 and I-6 Idaho Code for an order sealing the state's witness and exhibit list, okay? Pursuant to the court's October 8th order, the guilt phase witness list was to be filed under seal. The state's motions in the exhibit list be filed. No, you're right. About Ohio. Under seal, well, actually we do, but following seal, the same reasoning. Respectfully submitted 21st day of October. Or I'm sorry, Jesus, April. There's the document, folks, right there, okay? There's the document right there, you guys. So, can I get a C? Can I get corruption? Yes, I can do all that. So, there you go. That's the document that was put out. And when it was, thank you, Lucy, for that. Just wanted you guys to see that, just to remember that again. And let me move this. The only person added to the state's list seems to be that name that is highlighted. The one that we looked at when we looked at the list, you guys, if you remember that. Just a minute. There's one name that I questioned. Remember when we were looking at the list? Give me a minute here. It's one. Everything else is normal. And then that one list. Sorry, 1 second. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I'm trying to be quick. They do. They lie about everything, you guys. Nothing but lies. It's insane. Let me get up to the right place. Just a minute. Where the hell is it? Fuck did it go? There it is, I think. Yep. Hang on. Let me show you. Amended notice of compliance and motion to seal the state's amended witness list, okay? Remember, we looked at this the other day. All right. This is the list. Is it the name that's... There it is. Christian Westring is the only one that's highlighted. Thank you, Lucy. There it is, you guys. That's the name we're talking about. What's up, Texas Ranger? Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. And Red Riding Hood, good to see you as well. And that's true. People believe the lies. It's disgusting and sad. So back again, like Lucy said, the only person that was added to the state's list seems to be that name that's highlighted, which is why it's highlighted. So there you go. So everybody knows. Thank you. So Lucy's so helpful, you guys. I love her to death. I couldn't do this without her in a lot of senses because of these things. Thank you again, Lucy. You know I love you. All right, back to where we were. More lies.
Should not have to testify before the grand jury because we don't have any relevant information. They were unsuccessful. So the rule is that grand jury material is secret. As we know, grand jury is behind closed doors. It's a prosecutorial process. But there are certain exceptions to that rule. And one of those exceptions is sharing information among law enforcement in the investigation of other crimes where whatever is in that grand jury proceeding could be relevant or is relevant to another investigation. Here's the general rule, Brian, because this is important. So a grand jury proceeding cannot be for discovery purpose, meaning if you have somebody who's indicted, in this case it would have been Kohberger, you have an indicted defendant, you can't use another grand jury proceeding for the purpose of getting discovery material relating to that case. So you can't use it just to get additional information relating to another case. That is not permitted, and that's Supreme Court. It's a violation of the Sixth Amendment, violation of all sorts of other protections for criminal defendants. However, if there is another legitimate proceeding, another legitimate grand jury investigation, a legitimate reason, meaning another crime, then the grand jury proceeding can go forward. And to the extent there's some overlap or some question of overlap, it is valid and appropriate to ask those questions, to call witnesses. So that's where you get into kind of the gray area, right? What is the purpose? And that's really what the court asks. What was the primary purpose of this particular grand jury proceeding? So I think the reason that his parents were ultimately required to testify is that there was a legitimate grand jury proceeding going on in relation to another case. They provided whatever information they provided. That is validly shared with law enforcement. But whatever comes out of that, it's a question mark about whether or not it could actually come into a trial. Because whatever that information is would still be subject to all of the rules of admissibility that exist for any type of evidence that's going to come in. And that grand jury testimony is hearsay, actually, if a witness is available. So the way that I could see it actually making its way in is that it is under oath and it could be impeachment material. Meaning if one of his mom or his dad were to have taken the stand, whatever they said under oath before the grand jury could potentially be used to impeach them to the extent that there's something that wasn't consistent. It could also be the springboard for further investigation, and especially delving into his past and maybe finding out about other things that could potentially be relevant And then it's a question about whether or not it actually is relevant to the case at hand, which prior bad acts and all of that type of evidence is subject to that same scrutiny of admissibility. A general rule doesn't come in unless there's an exception that it falls into. So I thought it was very interesting at the time. I get why they tried to quash those subpoenas, because it felt targeted, right? But to the extent that there was a valid investigation going on, a grand jury proceeding relating to that case, it's above board from the perspective of the legal requirements.
What about, there was a report, it was from back in 2014. I actually saw one of the police records where Brian Koberger's father told officers that his son had stolen his sister's iPhone, and there was a police report made about it. Do you think that's a reason they may have wanted the sister or the family to testify at trial? The prosecution?
Well, and she, Amanda, that's the one that whose cell phone was allegedly or was stolen as per that police report, and she's the one that was on that witness list, right? So it could be. Without knowing more, it's a little bit questionable as to how that particular circumstance would come in as relevant to this case. But again, it is to the extent that there is material on the phone that might be relevant, or that it relates to something that can be tied back to the actual case from a relevancy perspective, possibly. I still think that you would have had a bit of a stretch there, and we didn't get all of those. We didn't get all of the decisions that would have been made by the judge about some of that evidence, because we didn't ultimately make it to trial.
And just switching gears a little bit, Misty, I had covered when there, and maybe you've seen it, this surveillance video was leaked from inside the prison, since Brian Koberger, has been in this maximum security prison after the plea deal. And it was an intake area when he first came in, and the prison system said they were doing a big investigation. And now come to find out, they say that they likely know who the person is, but there are not going to be criminal charges against that jailer. Does that surprise you? I guess I sort of expected that they might want to charge that person, because isn't that a huge violation?
Yeah, it certainly is a violation. And they, in their public statement, they said they reviewed it. They really didn't feel like it fell into criminal conduct. And that's really the question is, do we have criminal conduct versus how does it relate to your employment? So he actually quit. The individual who leaked that footage quit before he would have inevitably gotten fired. I think that was absolutely going to be what was to come after the results of that investigation. But then the question is, do you move forward with criminal charges? And Brian, to your point, when you have such a high profile prisoner and you have a massive leak like this and a massive violation, there is some incentive to say, well, this is going to be taken seriously, and this is something that that is going to be prosecuted to deter it from happening again. But it seems like ultimately in prosecutorial discretion, and that's the way that this ends up, it's the question about whether or not prosecutors believe they can bring a case that they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt. They decided not to, and I think that part of that is because the individual quit, and maybe there was some type of, all right, you're going to go quietly, and we're going to move forward. The other thing is, Brian, we're talking about a very high profile case, and something that would come out in this investigation would be, were there other times that this has happened? If there were, that were investigated internally, but maybe didn't make it into the public sphere, how were those treated? Were those people prosecuted? So there's an element of what we don't know that may have gone into that decision.
Appreciate Misty for talking with me and explaining a lot of that stuff. We may never know the answers to a lot of it. I mean, there was no trial. We may never know for sure why they had.
And that's enough of that. But once again, more bullshit, as we've seen. And I was told about that specific situation, Mr. Girl. I don't know what was said. Listen, folks, in the end, it doesn't, and I don't mean it's disrespectful to anybody. People can think what they want to think of me. I don't give two fucks. I don't, because I know who I am. I know why I'm here, and I know what I do. This is my job. If people can't accept that, don't come here. That's all. And I don't mean that detrimental to anybody in here. I appreciate everybody here. I promise you. Just saying. That's all. But yeah, it doesn't matter to me what people think of me. That's a joke. If anybody wants to do what I do, by all means do it. If you don't talk shit about me. That's all. And I'm not saying anybody was talking shit about me. I'm just saying for future reference, or anybody that chooses to or has. Let me see you do it. And when you do it, then talk shit about me. That's all. Because again, this has become my job, and that's why it is what it is. So it takes money to run this thing. All right. Now I have something very interesting that I've been sitting on for a little while. I was debating on when I was going to run it or how, but Molly reminded me of it this morning. Thank you, my dear. By the way, good to see you here. I didn't get to say hello, and I love you. Grateful to see you again. For those of you that don't know, Molly's the one that created that amazing intro and outro song that we use. Please go subscribe to her channel. It is 100% my job, Scott. So you ain't lying. It takes a lot. I put a lot of time and effort into this, folks. A lot of time. 18 plus hours a day sometimes, you know. So if that ain't a job, it ain't a job. So just saying. So for those of you that aren't familiar, I thought this was quite interesting. Some of you guys probably saw this because you guys know I'm always behind. I don't jump on things right away and throw them out right away. I'm not in a hurry to do this. But it's Idaho 4 revealed. They put out some interesting stuff in the past. Not all of it, but quite a bit of it, okay? And this one is called Check His Pulse. Who was the male with Ethan Chapin at 3:42 a.m.? Now, I've talked about this before, okay? Based on the 911 call and things like that. It's interesting, guys. Please make sure that you jump over to Idaho 4 Revealed. Subscribe if you have not yet. Becky. What's up, Becky? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So yeah, I appreciate you guys so very much for being here and for reviewing this stuff with me, guys. Hold on a minute here. Welcome, Dean. Good to see you. Everybody's jumped in since I've been talking and we've been doing this stuff. Thank you guys so very much for being here. You have no idea how much I appreciate you all. And like I said, you can call me a grifter all you want. If you are, and I'm not saying anybody is, I'm just saying for future reference, I don't care. I don't care. I got to pay the bills somehow, and it is what it is. It's not grifting. Everybody on YouTube gets a paycheck, folks, whether it's good or bad. None of it's worth anything. I promise you that much. And even when I post the cash links in here, I don't get anything out of that, folks. I promise you, $5 here, $2 there. It ain't enough to survive or do anything with. So I promise you that too. Remember that. K Dips in the house. Good to see ya. Forgot about the haters, as the saying goes. You must be doing something right for the haters to be. That's what I've been told, K Dips. Great to see you, my friend. Yeah, Idaho 4, they're very creative in a lot of different weird ways, folks. So I hope you guys get something out of this. Give me 1 minute, and I will roll this beautiful bean footage. Got me in that. Gets in my head now, Meg. Yep, like I said, I don't let that stuff bother me anymore. I don't give a fuck. Sorry for the language stuff, folks, but I have to be real, and I'm not going to be fake. And that's just truly how I feel. I don't give a fuck what people think about me, except for my community here. These are the only people in here that are important to me, and what you think of me is important. Anybody else on the outside of this, I don't give two fucks. Sorry. All right, guys, let's check it out.
Wake from your sleep, drying of your tears today. We escape, we escape. Pack and get dressed.
Notice how, according to Bethany's account, she went to sleep at 3:30 a.m., but make sure that she explains why she was still awake 1/2 of an hour later and well into the morning. But at this very drop of moment, it remains 3:30 as we pick up on that Sunday morning prior to the sun's inevitable fight with darkness, until darkness, or at least some of it, returned to its dry places.
Thank you, SRB. Now we're getting to 342, folks, which is the point in this, one of the main points in this video. So focus on that one. What you see, what you hear. Of course, the dog, Murphy's barking. So once we get to that area, start listening and pay attention to this, if you can. Gotta say, that's kind of interesting. You hear the dog yelping, like not barking, yelping. Get back. Then you hear somebody say Murphy. I heard that clearly. Okay. And then what sounds like a loud door bang. Okay. Shut, basically. Yeah, we saw that flash, Dean. We went over that a few times a while back. Sure. I can for sure, Tomboy. That's what it's all about. The more we review and the more we get to see and hear, guys, it definitely helps to, in a sense, put some things together, in my opinion. Bye, Tandy. Love you, hon. I'll see you this afternoon. Don't work too hard, dear. That was a female voice, by the way. For those of you that don't catch that, you can hear him clearly. It's a female verse. Yeah. I'll play it back again. You can hear it, Murphy, like somebody's yelling for Murphy. Then a loud thump.
It can be said that up until 3:42 a.m., Murphy yelps, but doesn't necessarily bark. Nor do we hear any of the neighborhood dogs barking up until 3:42 a.m. The interaction between Murphy and the occupants of the 1122 King Road house that you've just heard suggests that Murphy seemed in the way of those interacting with him. It is ID4R's belief that at this time, 3:41:59 a.m., both Kaylee and Ethan.
See, I listen to things and I break it down. Thank you, God love my mom, or hooked on phonics, per se, I guess you could say. I do it based on syllables, okay? What I heard was 2 syllables. Murphy, 1, 2. Bethany to me is Bethany. That's 3 syllables. I heard 2. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean what you guys are hearing is wrong. I hear things different than other people all the time. And Fizzy said she heard something different. It's very possible, you guys. That's just what I heard.
Are hanging on to life. What we're not sure about are the identities of any males who are in the house at this time. But we will play a clip that supports a place where we are already with this situation. Ethan Chapin needs help. Kaylee needs...
Oh, like it sounded like Bethany's voice. I got you. It could be. It could be. It's hard to tell because it's like kind of muffled, but it's definitely a female voice. I'll give you that much.
Needs help at this time, also. We will revisit the dog barking at another time. We will play a clip that supports our theory that there were people present in the house, either assisting Ethan and Kaylee's recovery or monitoring their last breaths. Tell us. Why did the Idaho 4 have to die? In paragraph 59 of ISP Detective Vicky Gooch's interview with Gillen Mortensen, which took place just 3 days after her roommates were murdered, Dylan stated that she was not certain whether she heard Murphy the dog barking during the first time when she had opened her bedroom door, which was located on the second floor adjacent to the main room, also known as the living room. Dylan said that it was possible that he was barking, but Murphy was moving away from the house. It is clear that what you just heard in the last clip was a dog yelp, followed by a female using a reprimanding tone with the dog, saying something to the effect of, "Get back to the kitchen," or something to the effect of, "Get back," followed by what could be either a male or a female call out, "Murphy," which is followed by the slam of a door.
I talked to Hunter directly, and it sucks. He had a broken soul. This is a man who's seen his best friend dead, like dying, like gone. So,
This concludes our view into the time segment of 3:30 a.m. to 3:43 a.m. There are people in the 1122 King Road house who are checking on Ethan Chapin, monitoring his pulse, at least one female and at least one male. There is a white or light-colored vehicle that is going back and forth between the house and somewhere local who will return one final time after 4 a.m. We heard the name Jack said by one of the house's female occupants who was there before daybreak. Because of the future segments of time examined, we believe at that 3:43 a.m. it is most likely that Kaylee Goncalves was still alive. You will soon understand why we think this. That she was not certain whether she heard Murphy the dog barking during the first time when she had opened her bedroom door, which was located on the second floor adjacent to the main room, also known as the living room. Dylan said that it was possible that he was barking, but Murphy was moving away from the house. It is clear that what you just heard in the last clip was a dog yelp, followed by a female using a reprimanding tone with the dog, saying something to the effect of, "Get back to the kitchen," or something to the effect of, "Get back," followed by what could be either a male or a female call out, "Murphy," which is followed by the slam of a door.
I talked to Hunter directly, and it sucks. He had a broken soul. This is a man who's seen his best friend dead, like dying, like gone.
Yeah, but is Hunter and Ethan, were they best friends though? I struggle with that. I'm sorry, you guys, but I do.
So,
Okay, now I got my headphones on, so listen close, folks. Exactly, Dean. that was a female, and I did hear check his pulse right there. Hold on. It almost, excuse me, it almost sounds like I'm hearing before it, Ethan, and then check his pulse. Swear I'm hearing that, but I could be wrong. Check his pulse. Yeah.
This concludes our view into the time segment of
And as it says, it's all connected, you guys. It's all connected. I do believe that. So, very, very, very interesting. Just fan. Thank you, Kat, for that, hun. Very much appreciate it. Excuse me. Let me see here. It was requested that I play this most recent video. Which one, Tomboy? Because there's two of them from yesterday. The Oregon to Washington one or the Murphy one? Which one, Tomboy? Welcome, Christina Reynolds. Good to see you. Nope, these are the same ones. I just found a better cord I can use now. My cord is what went bad, but these work, so I can pick up background noises. All right, let's check it out, y'all. Like I said, I want to review everything and anything that you put out on this stuff to pick up points, new stuff, old stuff. You know, the old stuff we're reviewing yesterday, we'll be reviewing more of it as we go because it all points to different things. So check it out. And again, thank you, Bubbly, for putting this out. I appreciate all creators. I don't always agree with them all the time, but I do appreciate the work they do. And I appreciate, I expect everybody to do the same. Be respectful, as always. Guys, there's the link for Bubbly, if you will, if you could. All right, on we go.
Here I come now, let's play hide and seek. Prepare to be caught. Here I come now, let's play hide and seek.
All right, so Tomboy's saying to watch this with open mind, open eyes. Here we go.
Hello there. Hello, hello. Isn't Murphy and Kaylee cute? Look, Murphy's dancing. I'm going to bring you some stuff on Murphy. How he reacts to certain things when he's brought out of the house. Noises he hears, what he does when he hears them. And it's pretty telling, if you ask me. Murphy could probably tell you who was there at that house that night just by what I'm going to show you right here. And it is, someone needs to get a dog whisperer. Someone needs to do something, because Murphy knows.
I've said it time and time and time again. If you put Murphy in a room with certain people and watch his reaction, you're going to have your answer. And if you put him in a room with Brian and watch how he reacts, you're going to get an answer. I'm telling you, facts are facts, folks. Animals are the most keen, and they show their emotions in every aspect. So 100%. So we'll see.
Murphy's going to show you exactly what he knows. First time I saw this, I was like, oh my God, poor guy. Poor little guy. Here we go. Okay, so the first part is just going to be this white car that pulls up. And I don't know if you guys remember, but he pulled up the other way, going the opposite direction first. And he kind of looked like his hands were wrapped, but I zoomed in. It looks like his shirt sleeves are just down really low over his wrist or his back of his hand.
He's got on those sleeves that have the thumb holes in them, I think. And that's why the sleeves are pulled down. I thought his hands were wrapped too, but it's not.
So, you know, like how when you have a thumb hole in your shirt and kind of that far down or up or whatever. But after this, so he goes in, says he's going to get somebody. He's got to pick somebody up. He comes back out. There's nobody with him. And then not too long after that, a truck's going to pull out. And you won't be able to see the truck very, very much, but I'll show you what it looks like. Just real quick, it's going to be coming up by the Queen apartment up there at the very corner. And Gunderson's just now bringing Murphy out, so you'll be seeing in just a second. Okay, I also wanted to add that I want you to listen for when the vehicle starts to come down, and then listen after as well, because you're going to hear the same hooping and hollering that you heard in Linda Lane. Not only that, you're going to hear dogs bark. I think there's 2 dogs possibly. And it's very creepy to hear these guys hooping like they were, and for it to sound so damn familiar, and also for the vehicle to sound very familiar as well. And just Murphy's reactions just seal the deal, basically. It just seals the deal. Not basically, it does. Hands down. Murphy knows what he's hearing. He hears it, and watch Murphy, watch his reaction. He's going to hear something. He's going to start looking, and before the truck, I think before the truck even comes by, he's running and he's hiding behind the blue car, literally hiding behind that car. And then he will also, that's when he got up on the hood, is he was looking for it.
Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. Let me back it up just a tinge more. I forgot about the banner. Sorry.
Okay. The pound for us. You mind holding on to me? Yeah. Do you want to? And I'm going to retake this off. Okay, thank you. Puppy.
Interesting. Doesn't that sound like the vehicle that we hear coming around the corner and stopping in front of the 1122 house at 429? Because it sure does to me.
Puppy. Hold on, baby.
They're there, Kay. They're just off to the back. You can't see them because of that box.
I think that's going to be to Washington.
What's interesting that they redacted that.
Just a second. Okay, and eventually we were gonna have to start.
Right where I tied it. Kind of right here for a minute.
Just let people know. No. Thanks, bud. Okay.
Same thing I said. Enan said he remembered seeing and hearing that. And so conveniently, 4:29 a.m., that vehicle, sure as hell sounds and looks like it, pulls up in front of this house and turns its engine off. You gonna tell me that I'm wrong? We watched it. That is very interesting. Thank you, Bubbly. That was good. Very interesting. Especially that part there. I can't think of what that is. See, I thought that's the same vehicle that came from the Linda Lane footage, okay, because it sounds like it. It's an SUV, and I thought in the beginning when I went through that it was a Jeep. But you can tell it's got different wheels and rims, okay? We do need a clearer video, Michelle, I agree. Let me see if I could find the body cam again. We could go back and see if we can see it in that body cam. Where are all my body cams? The silver piece over the back window. It's probably like just one of those add-on aftermarket, like a rain guard window thing. I thought it was a Jeep. Okay. I thought this was a Jeep. I still think it could be a Jeep. I can't remember which version of the Jeep this is, but it looks like one to me. I think it's silver. I do. Cassie, and there's something up here too. But I'd like to know who that belongs to. I really would like to know who that belongs to. I don't think it's a Grand Cherokee, Cassie. What's the other version? The more square, SUV looking version. What the hell is that? It's not the Cherokees. It's something else. Infinity has the silver rain guard. I don't know what that is. Hey, SRB. I don't know, Lucy. Compass? Maybe that was it. Mary. I couldn't remember the name of it, but I gotta find the body cam to see if we can see it on there. Renegade. That's what I thought. I know you are. Infinity times 80. I don't think it is, but okay. Jeep Renegade. That's what there it is. That's the one I thought. Yes, you guys. The short wheelbase. Yeah, good point. Good point, Hemisphere. The Compass is more square. It's not a Liberty. It's bigger than that. Well, I thought it was square based on what we saw before. Yeah, they do. The sound is exactly the same to me. And if you guys remember what Enan said that he saw and heard was a really decked out, souped up black SUV. There it is, guys. And it stops in front of that house that night at 429. Yeah, I'm going to look it up, Beach Babe. Good point. But I want to pull up this body cam first and see if we can see it. That guy standing in the shorts right there is, I believe, I thought that was Hunter Johnson. Snyder. Yes. Any of the Jeep Compass. Thank you, Phenomenon. Any of you guys, I got to pull up these body cams real quick and see if we can see this. I got to go back and find the body cams because it's been a while. So give me a minute to get back here. Give me 1 second. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. You know what I've come to realize too, you guys, while I'm looking, sorry, that I've been noticing, I've been getting the word put out to me that people are, of course, talking shit about me and other channels. But the sad thing is some of the people that are doing it are people that I have absolutely gone out of my way, that I had love in my heart for, to help them in their struggles and their own personal cases. Okay. And that blows my damn mind. I spent months, years, even supporting and covering other people in their cases to help them, get some kind of justice in that. And then they in turn around and go talk shit about me. That blows my mind. That really hurts, actually. And it's kind of sad, like, what are you doing? What kind of a person does that? That's all I'm going to say. You don't like me, but first off, don't fake like you do just so I can help you, and then in turn around and talk shit about me. Really? That's pretty wild. Hold on here. Nope, wrong one. Is what it is. I guess that's just proof that you can't really trust people. All right, let's see if this is it here. Oh, there's lots of people out there. True Seeker. But it's really sad. I spent a lot of time and I put a lot of effort into trying to get justice for specific people with their own personal cases and things they've gone through. And then they're in turn coming to find out they're just out there talking all sorts of shit about me when I've been nothing but loving and caring and always supported these people. That's what hits. That hits it and it hurts a little bit. All right, let's see. Where in here would this possibly be? That's okay, Pinot. You guys don't have to stand up for me. I got it. Don't worry about it. I appreciate the love, though. Let me see. Is this here? Maybe. I'll explain it later, SRB. Don't worry about it.
Did they tell you anything? They were just about when we were in the main room. This is
information for her parents. Additional roommates that aren't here right now. Okay.
And then I heard her going to I think it was the bathroom, and I remember her sobbing, and I just remember hearing this guy's voice that I didn't recognize saying, "You're gonna be okay, I'm gonna help you."
It's not that. It does have the same look, but that's not the vehicle, you guys, at all. There's no way possible. Thank you so much, Paula. I love you, hon. Very much do. You're okay, SRB. It's not that one, no, Cass, because it's right there. It doesn't move, but it's in this realm somewhere, you guys. Hold on. Let's see if we can check.
Until 4 a.m.
Okay.
I think I got it between 12:34 and 12:35. So hang on. Right around here, maybe.
So they did get home at 2? How do you know that?
I just have a picture of Kelly's room with Murphy.
Okay. Then what happened after that?
And then me and Maddie took out Murphy, and then...
Murphy's the dog?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I went inside to go to bed, and she was still taking him out. And then I was in my bed, like, about to go to sleep, and Maddie just said that she lost Murphy. Like, she was, like, and was wondering if he was with me, and I just said no. And then we went to bed.
And what time do you think you fell asleep?
Maybe 2:30.
Now, unless these body cams have been screwed with, it should be coming up within right now, because the other body cam was 12:34 to 12:35. They should be on the same time, I would imagine. Okay.
Okay. What time did you wake up at all between 2 and...
I heard something, like, loud and Murphy, like, bark. And usually, like, he barks at things. And then I thought I saw, like, a firecracker, so I thought someone maybe was just drunk and, like, put a firecracker in the house. But I wasn't even really sure because I was kind of still asleep, so I wasn't sure if it was, like, real.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, I had listened to a couple things at a time. Loud, you thought you...
It'll be after what, Tomboy? That's what the other body cam said.
Saw firecracker because of a quick flash?
Yeah, through, like, my door, but I was, like, still half asleep, so I don't know if it was, like, real. I thought it was maybe a dream.
Okay. And then, did you ever, like, pick up your phone to see what time it was, or?
Okay. Oh, maybe I might have called her and asked her what was happening, because sometimes we do things, and I'll call her and be like, oh, what was happening? She should just be in.
Okay.
Do you guys recognize all these vehicles in here?
Yeah.
Okay, here it comes. You can hear it now. I appreciate that, Aggie. Very much so. Thank you for that. And same for me. There's no reason for that. It makes no sense to do something like that. We're all adults, and if you don't see eye to eye on certain things, it is what it is. But I still respect you and appreciate you. So yes, thank you for that, and I appreciate that statement. But
okay, I don't think I ever heard a bang.
Hold on, I bounced backwards. I'm sorry, you guys. You can hear it start pulling up here about 12:36, I think. It starts to pull up in the background. All right, here we go.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I had listening to a couple things at a time. Loud, you thought you saw a firecracker because of a quick flash?
Yeah, through like my door, but I was like still half asleep, so I don't know if it was like real. I thought it was maybe in the future.
Okay. And then, yeah, did you ever like pick up your phone to see what time that was? Or?
Oh, maybe I might have called and asked her what was happening, because sometimes we could have banged, so I'll call her and be like, oh, what was that? And she's just open.
Okay.
You guys recognize all these vehicles in here?
Yeah.
We're looking for the black loud muffler, loud exhaust thing, Tomboy, to see it from this angle. And you can hear it coming up here in about a minute.
I tried to call
Listen, you can hear it in the background now.
Maddie and Ethan and Xana and all them at like 4:20.
So you called
I tried to call all of them.
Maddie?
Answering, but
at what time?
4:30 and 4:20.
Hear it?
And then 4:21. And then Ethan at 4:22. And then Kaylee at 4:31. I thought they were close to me.
Or maybe it sounded like I thought I heard it.
4:31?
Yeah.
So no answer, and then did you go to sleep after that?
Yeah, I just kind of fell asleep.
All right, so the guy you were seeing in the shorts is Hunter Chapin now that I see it from this angle. Sorry.
I was like half awake.
Okay, and then what throughout your day did you got up at what time today?
I like woke up.
Yeah, I think I was wrong. That does sound more like a drone or a chopper or something, but it sounds like it might be coming slowly. It'll be a lot louder. All right, be careful there, Beach Babe. We'll see you soon.
My jaw was hurting really bad. I took some Advil at like 6 or 7, and then I just went back to bed. So I figured no one would be up anyways. I'm like, I didn't wake up until we called you.
Well, no, it was before Gundy took Murphy away. Tomboy, remember? The vehicle goes by and Murphy hides behind Xana's car, as what Bubbly's video shows. So it should have been before that. Yeah, see, there's Murphy there. It should have been before that, as he's hiding when that car goes by. Am I right? Yes, Micro. It's just sad because if you knew what I was just told, a specific person that was supposedly talking shit on me, the things that I've done for that person, it's pretty sad if that person is. I've gone out of my way for that person for a couple years. And for whatever reason, they're talking shit about me now. Like, what the fuck? People make me sick anymore. Fake people make me sick, guys. They always have.
Maddie? At what time?
Now, if we don't see this vehicle go by, folks, that tells you they cut it the fuck out. That's a problem.
$4.30 and $4.22.
So I'm sorry, I had listening to a couple things at a time. Loud, you thought you saw a firecracker because of a quick flash?
Yeah, through like my door, but I was like still half asleep, so I don't know if it was like real or not. I thought it was maybe a movie dream.
Okay. And then, yeah, did you ever like pick up your phone to see what time it was? Or?
Oh, maybe I might have called and asked her what was happening, because sometimes we hear things and I'll call her and be like, oh, what was that? And she's just open.
Okay.
Do you guys recognize all these vehicles in here?
I tried to call Maddie and Ethan and Xana and all of them at like 4:20.
So you called
I tried to call them.
Maddie?
Answering, but
at what time?
4:30 or something in the morning.
Today.
Yeah.
124 you got here? Okay, what was going on at about 124?
Me and my friend watching Vampire Diaries on the couch.
You and
Right there. That's it right there.
Okay. Tell you what, I'll just crack the door. I'll try to not lock it on you so it can maybe get we can start, yeah, we can see if somebody can bring some of that stuff by. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so what time were you here last night?
About like 1:24 or something in the morning.
Today?
Yeah.
124 you got here? Okay, what was going on at about 124?
Me and my friend watching Vampire Diaries on the couch.
You and
All right, I was trying to look at the model on this. Is it a Compass or a Renegade? It's got a shorter wheelbase. I know that much. And it looks like it just pulls out of here. Or did they go around? Did it go around them? Anyway, we'll see.
okay. Watching Vampire today.
Are you sure that's? I don't think
124
that's
you
the
got
same
here?
vehicle though, because it doesn't
Okay, what
sound
was
the
going on
same.
at about 124?
And my friend watching Vampire Diaries on the couch.
You and okay.
Nope, that's not the same one. There's no. It doesn't have the loud exhaust on it, you guys. That's not the same vehicle. I'm telling you. The other vehicle had a lot louder sounding exhaust, and there's no exhaust on this. It sounds normal.
Watching Vampire Diaries It's warm. It's not going to hang out with
But
him.
again,
You're going to hang out outside too.
it does look like an older guy.
Okay. Tell you what, I'll just crack the door. I'll try
Brian
not
says
locking on you.
2019 to 22 Jeep Renegade. It's a 1400 cc
we can,
turbo,
we can
only
start, yeah, we
2019
can
above. Came with roof
see if
grill.
somebody can bring some of that stuff by. Okay.
Unless they cut the sound out of it from the exhaust somehow. Parked in front of Jack Showalter.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah.
All right, so what time were you here last night?
About like 1:24 or something in the morning.
Today?
Yeah.
1:24 you got here? Okay, what was going on at about 1:24?
I know, Paula.
And our friend watching Vampire Diaries on the car.
You and... Okay. Watching Vampire Diaries.
Yeah.
It doesn't have that sound, you guys. That's the problem. Hold on. Give me a minute here. What was I looking at? Somebody dropped the hold on, where's it at? Is it in here? Whoever dropped the Jeep in here. Yes, Cassie, to answer your question. Hold on a minute here. There it is. I found it. Yeah, this is a Jeep 2019 Jeep Renegade. Same vehicle, folks. Right there. But again, I don't think that's what we are hearing because it doesn't have that sound. Yeah, they blurred their face. Cassie said it looked like an older person. But again, it didn't sound this way, guys. In the other body cam, it sounded like the car we hear at 429. Can you clip an audio and leave everything else? Because it sure as hell seems like they did. Or is there a different vehicle that goes by? Because the wheels look different on it too, I think. Here's the thing. Let me show you something. Look. In Bubbly's water, Jesus Christ, there you go. In Bubbly's video, okay, where's it at? Okay, it's coming up here. Watch.
Yeah.
You.
And then. She's just one of my friends. I'm sitting over there trying to just talk.
Oh, okay. All female?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so you guys watching Vampire Diaries out in this the second level? Okay, and then for how long?
I don't know. And then Maddie and David came home from the club. And then we all hung out. Yeah.
Okay, what was going on at about 1:24?
Me and my friend watching Vampire Diaries.
Nope, not the same vehicle. I'm gonna tell you how I know. The vehicle that we see in Bubbly's water, almost did it again. Bubbly's water. In Bubbly's video has chrome rims and white wall tires on it as it goes. You can see it from the road, from the house, folks. And Murphy's still standing behind it. I think something was clipped out of this. I'm telling you right now, it was. Something was clipped out of this. That's the only explanation I have. Watch. I'm gonna show you something. Look at this here, and look at that. You tell me that's the same vehicle. You see what I'm saying? This one here has chrome rims on it. And it looks like a white wall, like a Vogue type tire on there, okay? Which I know all about these things because I used to have some a long time ago. And look at this. See the wheel and the tire? Nope. Different altogether. So explain to me how that happened. When does it show up, Tomboy? And where? Because if you go back, where were we at here? Hold on. Right here. About here. Let me go. Right here. Okay. Now listen. Hear it? For a second, you get a piece of the end of it. I'm going to try to pause it right there so we can see it. There's where you hear it clearly. You can hear that, you know what I mean? And that is definitely not what you heard in the other video. Hold on.
What?
Bingo. Now look at that compared to the other video. Look. See the wheels? And the thing on the back? Look. Wheels are different completely, folks. Let's see if I can make it bigger. You can tell it's different. See it? There it is right there. Beach Babe, 1 second here. Hold on. Yes, it does. Thank you very much, Beach Babe. Okay, so look at that one right there, you guys. You can look at the wheel and see the chrome, okay? And you see that thing on the back has a silver tint to it too. Now look, once again, look at this. That is not the same vehicle, period. There's no way in hell that that's the same vehicle. Hold on. Look at the rims right there on that. See them? They're just a standard factory, like a pot metal or whatever the hell that is, rim. And look at those. It is not the same thing. It is not at all. I'm looking, Tomboy, but it's not showing me anything. It's all blurry and blank. It's like it's trying to load or something. Oh, okay. There, yeah, there you go. That's a good look right there. Boom. You blew it up. That's why it's probably taking so long to load. Give it a minute. Okay, see? Look at that. And look at those. That is a completely different vehicle, in my opinion. Those would not shine. You can just tell that's chrome. That's not. So what happened here? Somebody, anybody, please explain to me what the hell happened here. If you can. I think something was cut or clipped or something. I have no idea, but that is not the same vehicle, you guys. That is not the same vehicle. Those are not stock right here. In that video, that is not stock. Okay. Go ahead. Pull up Nunez. Well, that's what we were on. This is Nunez body cam right here. Okay. Please tell me I'm not the only person that noticed this. But that's a huge problem, in my opinion. That is definitely not the same vehicle. That's crazy to me. It's a Jeep Renegade. I believe it looks like this one here looks like a 2019 Jeep Renegade. That's fact. You know what's funny too is somebody else pointed this vehicle out to us in another stream that we were on. But right, Phenomena Mom. Something is up for sure. Wow. Wow. Exactly, redacted. And I don't believe in that person, Dot, at all. You guys know that because I was part of people that were debunking her. But somebody said something and she caught it somewhere about this vehicle. And here we are. I can't get past this now. Well, guess what, mods? We got something else to talk about today after the show. Yeah, there's another body cam. Okay, you guys, whose body cam is the guy that's up on the hill putting up the crime scene tape up there on the side next to the Queen Apartments? Nunez body worn has silver hubs. Give me that clip, Tomboy, if you have that, and show me that. I could be wrong, but I'm just telling you, something is not right. I believe you are hearing the Explorer limited package being loaded onto the tow truck for ECU removal and analysis that was conducted by FBI. But they hadn't pulled that off, though, Ryan. That car was still there, Ryan. When that happened, that car was sitting there. And I don't think that's the vehicle that we saw pulling up that night. Officer Snyder. I need Snyder's body cam then and see if we see anything different in that one. Yeah, but that's not going to mess it up that bad. It's not going to show chrome where chrome's not there. It should be dull. It should still be dull. And the white wall around that should not look that way. Yeah, that wasn't towed for days, Ryan. That sat there for probably 3-4 days after this, and maybe longer. That's the issue that I have with this. Yeah, Eden says that he saw a black, and that night, souped up, decked out black SUV. And we hear this vehicle at this time in one video, but we don't in the other one. That doesn't make any sense. Where's Snyder's body cam at? Hang on. Oh, thank you, Fizzy. See there. Oh, well, wait a minute now. Hold on. Dago might be wrong. It does, and I don't mind showing that if I am. Okay, so there's that. It still looks different to me, though. Wait a minute, Busy. Okay, yeah, we have that one, but this one's different. I don't know. Maybe it's the camera, you guys. Maybe the camera makes it look different, but it doesn't sound the same either way. That sound is not there in that one. I hope you guys are seeing this. All right, hang on. Let's look at this cam real fast.
Watching vampires on the couch.
You and okay, watching Vampire Diaries. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so what time were you here last night?
About like 1:24 or something in the morning.
Today.
Yeah.
1:24 you got here? Okay, what was going on at about 1:24?
And my friend watching Vampire Diaries on the couch.
You and okay, watching Vampire Diaries.
It could have the same sound, but maybe it's a because of the body cam, because it cuts in and out. That could be why we're not hearing it the way we did. Oh, I agree with you, Ryan. I am Phenomena Mom. I've been working on cars my whole life. I know certain it does have. Hang on, let me try something else. Give me a second. I'm trying to do something else real fast here. I have tabs everywhere. Give me one quick second. This is going to drive me insane until I get it right.
6.
Hold on. Let me find the right video. One second. Bingo. I think this one's it. Exactly, Tomboy, because it doesn't speed up on this one either. Do you hear how deep and low and loud that is as compared to what we heard on the other video? Look. Plus, I don't know that that's the same. See, this one's just crawling too and it idling, and it's so much louder than that other one was. That's crazy. I don't believe that's the same vehicle at all. It sounds like a pair of glass packs is on that, okay? Or a Flowmaster type that you would like an exhaust on there or something like that. It's what it sounds like to me. And I don't think this looks the same as that Jeep either. It would make sense that Murphy would go nuts about that or be upset about that too. Think about that. Unnerved, possibly, because that could be somebody that knows. You know what I mean? Yeah, this one looks a little bit bigger, I agree. But I'm telling you, this isn't... I don't believe that this is the vehicle that's parked in front of the house the whole time. It doesn't... It's not, to me. Right, Ryan. It's exactly what it sounds like. Okay, busy. It could be, though, because the camera does screw up the angle look to it. You know what I mean? Busy says, if you listen to Snyder's cam at the time, I'll post in there. Okay. Thank you, Busy. Hold on. Let's go to this one. And stop there. What time is it? Where do you want me to go, Busy, time-wise on this? Should be right around here. Coming up. Okay. Hang on. I think she's right. You can hear it in the background. Listen, you guys. No. That's not diesel at all. That's a supercharged, either a supercharged motor with a performance exhaust on it, or just a performance exhaust to make it sound good when it doesn't really even have that motor. But it could, or both. It could be either one or both. Does sound like you can hear it in the background. I hear it. If he wasn't making all the noise he's making, putting up the tape, you could hear it like a low in the background, you guys. Truly. This one still seems louder, but it could be the cameras and the microphone on the cameras. The Banfield footage is an hour and a half before this, so I don't know what to go, but something's not right. Here's my thing: is I want to know who owns this. Okay. Yeah, I seen that, Senor. But yeah, it's not the Explorer that we're hearing, you guys. That is definitely not the Explorer. And again, I don't believe what we believe, but Eric Gower put in his statement that that Explorer was sitting there before he picked the girls up, and when he brought them home, it never moved. So we believe what we have to believe, I guess. I don't know, but that's crazy, y'all. That's crazy, in my opinion. Hemisphere, you still here, bro? Go to the settings and turn off stable volume. Wait.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't put you to sleep with all my boring investigative stuff.
I was just trying to avoid the feedback.
I got you. I'm sorry.
No,
Hold on a minute. What are you telling me to do? Busy turn off what now? Turn off set it. Go to settings and turn off stable volume. Oh, okay. Let's see what happens there. Hang on. I hear it's busy. I see what you're saying. It does make a difference. What do you mean a video extension, Lucy? I don't even know what that is, hon. I'm sorry. If I had it, I would. For fuck's sakes. She's always yelling at me. I don't know. I'm going to look into that more. I will look into that more. I want to know who drives this Jeep Renegade. That's facts. And we'll look into some other vehicles too. But I think I've drunk you guys through this enough. We've been here 4 hours already. It makes it so all the sounds. Yeah, no, I got you, Busy. I've never messed with it before. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, kids, I think we're done for today. I thought it was pretty interesting, the stuff that we did review. I appreciate it very much. Hemisphere, thank you for joining me. Same with Chick Bait. Very much appreciated. Always love listening to your guys' thoughts and feelings and having you guys join us out here. Thank you to the chat. Thank you to my mods. And guys, if the mods have a minute, I'd like to jump in. It won't be as long as yesterday and discuss a couple things about this and a couple other things that are kind of bugging me. A G-Wagon would sound like that. Yeah, it would. Good point. And we'll be back maybe later. I don't know. Is it kind of early? Maybe not. If so, tomorrow. But much love to everybody. Thank you so much for everything. I appreciate you all, as always, for supporting this channel. For those of you that are true to supporting this channel, that means more than anything to me in the world, you guys. It really does. And for those of you that aren't fake, that are real, that means it all. That's everything to me. So thank you for that. A couple minutes, SRB. Is that better? Hemisphere, thank you, brother. I appreciate you always. Look forward to hearing from you again soon. Besides that, folks, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other because, again, self-care and self-love is very important. But don't forget to love each other as well. Don't change nothing. Please, about yourselves. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you all very soon. Have a great one, folks. Bye-bye.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all